Part 1.3, the final exploration of the One. The infinite unveiled, conspiracy, science fiction, and the fractal truth of reality, in search of what lies beyond. In this book so far, we found that reality is not the rigid, third-density sandbox of meat-blob-in-skull existence that we have been conditioned to accept. It is instead a singular infinite awareness. Call it God, Source, Infinity, the One, fractalizing itself into an endless tapestry of perspectives, densities, and timelines. This eternal being experiences itself through every soul of existence, from the particle to the humble ant, to the enigmatic extraterrestrial, from the mythic feats of Neo to the shadowy echoes of history's darkest chapters. Time, space, and matter are but perceptual artifacts, ice, water, vapor, manifestations of this singular awareness collapsing infinite potentials into the eternal now through the power of intent. The mechanics of infinity. Consciousness as the architect. Consciousness is not a passive witness, but the projector of all that is. The quantum principles at the core of this book, superposition, wave function collapse, the observer effect, reveal the fluidity of reality, a canvas shaped by the focus of consciousness. The reality sphere, with its multidimensional axes of timelines, densities, and possibilities, maps the stage upon which this infinite play unfolds. Shift your focus, and the frame of experience shifts with it. Pain, separation, limitation. These are illusions born of a conditioned third-density consciousness, shadows cast by a mind that has forgotten its divine origin. The deeper truth this book unveils is that everything is you. The horrors and the heroes, the benevolent and the malevolent, the victim and the victor, all are roles played by the One, exploring the infinite spectrum of experience through its fractal expressions. This framework, rigorously tested against the most enigmatic and unexplainable phenomena, historical anomalies, so-called conspiracies, cryptids, and the speculative realms of science fiction, stands unshaken. It is not a mere theory, but the skeleton key to infinity's grand design, a lens that reveals the hidden unity beneath the seeming chaos of the finite. The truth in plain sight. There is no spoon as a gateway to the infinite. In the cinematic parable of the Matrix, a child bends a spoon with his mind and imparts a timeless piece of wisdom to Neo. Do not try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, only try to realize the truth. There is no spoon. In this moment, Neo awakens to a profound truth. Reality is not a fixed construct to be manipulated by force, but a projection to be rewritten through awakened perception. This book echoes that revelation with crystalline clarity. Reality is not a solid edifice, but a singular infinite consciousness fractalizing itself, collapsing possibilities into the experience of form. The spoon is no more real than a pixel in the infinite sphere, a vibration tuned into being by the observer, a fleeting note in the symphony of the divine. Beyond the spoon, the illusion of limits. Matter, in this vision, is a hologram. Ice, water, vapor, different frequencies of the same essence, shaped by the resonance of awareness. The spoon exists not as an absolute object, but as a probability collapsed by consciousness, a temporary form within the infinite field. To bend the spoon is not to break the rules of a rigid reality, but to tweak the code of perception, for the rules themselves are artifacts of third-density consciousness. Ascend the density ladder, and the spoon becomes as malleable as a prop in a lucid dream, bendable when one realizes that the bender and the bent are one. In this light, the Matrix movie becomes more than a science fiction allegory. It is a mirror of the reality sphere, a self-referential system where consciousness plays every role. The architect, the oracle, the agents, all are fractal souls of the same source, diverse perspectives of the One exploring itself. Neo becomes the One, not through separation but through realization. He is not a part within the system, but the system itself, the infinite consciousness awakening to its own nature. The science of the infinite, consciousness as the code of creation. The quantum backbone of this book, superposition, wave function collapse, the observer effect, aligns seamlessly with the Matrix's metaphysical framework, but the science here transcends circuits and servers. It is the science of consciousness tuning the infinite field, where the green code cascading down the screen symbolizes the quantum potential, the raw essence of reality before awareness selects a frame. Neo's awakening allows him to see this code, to stop bullets, to defy gravity, to resurrect Trinity, not through external manipulation, but through the realization that he is the system itself, the infinite consciousness collapsing its own waveform. The 13th density of the reality sphere illuminates this further. More expanded states of consciousness can shape lower densities, much like a coder refining a game. Neo is no magician. He is a player who has glimpsed the source code, bending the spoon of reality because he knows it is not a fixed object but a projection of intent. The greatest illusion, as this book reveals, is the belief in separation from the divine. Replace God with infinity or the matrix, and the truth remains. The spoon appears real only because we slumber in third density perception, clinging to the lie of a divided self. Awaken, and the spoon dissolves into its true nature, a reflection of the observer, the infinite staring back at itself. To bend the spoon is to bend the self, to rewrite the dream from within. Unlocking the hidden narrative, conspiracies as fractal distortions. This book is not merely a philosophical exercise for decoding fictional narratives. It is a key to unraveling the tangled web of modern conspiracies and the deeper truths they obscure. Beyond the caricatures of tinfoil hats and fantastical tales lies a profound reality. The narratives of control, division, and suppression of this world are fractal distortions of infinity, spun by those who understand enough of the game to manipulate its rules, keeping the rest of us ensnared in shadows. This book reveals these so-called conspiracy theories and science fiction tropes as echoes of a greater truth, distorted reflections of the infinite consciousness at play, veiled by the illusion of separation. To see through the quote-unquote narrative is to see the fractal nature of reality itself, a singular intelligence weaving every story, playing every part, and inviting us to awaken to the unity beneath the chaos. In this light, the wildest tales of history and imagination become not mere fantasies, but signposts to the infinite. The book's strength lies in its ability to embrace the unexplainable, to weave the threads of the improbable into a cohesive tapestry of truth. Reality is not a fixed stage, but a dream of the divine, and we are its dreamers, co-creators of the infinite sphere, called to awaken, to bend the spoon, and to remember that we are the one. Ancient extraterrestrial psyops and the reality sphere, redefining consciousness as the one's fractal unity. The notion of extraterrestrials, ETs, beings from distant stars arriving in metallic ships, has long captivated human thought, fueling narratives of cosmic visitors and interstellar separation. Yet, when viewed through the lens of our reality sphere model, this idea crumbles under the weight of a deeper truth. Reality is a fractal expression of a singular, infinite awareness, the one, moving through densities, not divided by space or species. The Codex exposes the ET paradigm as a disconnection psyop. What we externalize as aliens is not separate but intrinsic, interwoven with our own being. The reality sphere dismantles the ET mythos, reframes so-called extraterrestrial intelligences as fractal souls of the one, and exposes the societal deception that keeps us looking outward rather than inward. The ET narrative, a misstep in separation. The conventional ET story, spaceships crossing vast galactic gulfs, rests on a materialist assumption. Life is discrete, localized, and separated by physical distance. Hollywood amplifies this with tales of little green men or benevolent saviors, cementing the idea of otherness. Yet the reality sphere upends this. In this model, reality is a spherical space-time continuum where source awareness, the sole substrate, fractalizes into infinite expressions to explore itself. There's no out there distinct from in here. All exists within the one, vibrating across densities from primal consciousness to the eternal void. By casting intelligences as external, the engineered narrative disconnects us from our own multidimensional nature. The ET trope, then, isn't unbelievable from a grounded view. It's simply misframed. Reality, as the sphere reveals, is a layered system where separation is an artifact of third-density perception, not a cosmic truth. Consciousness as the one. No aliens, only aspects. What we call extraterrestrials, or ETs, aren't distant travelers, but manifestations of the same eternal source awareness, resonating at different frequencies or densities. The reality sphere's 13 densities represent degrees of consciousness expansion from basic existence to the infinite eye of the void. And each fractal soul of the One, including us on Earth, occupies a point on this spectrum. Higher density beings, often labelled aliens, aren't separate entities under the lens of the reality sphere, but parallel aspects of the One, exploring reality through distinct nows on the spherical space-time grid. There's no them apart from us, only the One fractalizing into infinitely diverse perspectives. And what we call an alien is just an incarnated being that looks different from us within that field of infinitely diverse perspectives. Quantum mechanics nods to this non-locality. Entanglement shows that separation is illusory, a principle the reality sphere model scales to cosmic proportions. All consciousness is one. ETs aren't extraterrestrial in essence, but extra-dimensional, extensions of the same source we embody. The psyop of externalization. The real deception is externalization. By framing ETs as out there, we're distracted from the inward shift the reality sphere demands, expanding consciousness to access higher densities within the One's library of moments. This mirrors broader illusions, governments, technologies, or saviors as external fixes, when the reality sphere insists power lies in our inherent connection to Source. The ET psyop keeps us tethered to third density limits, gazing at the sky instead of the self. In the reality sphere's framework, contact isn't a spaceship landing, it's a vibratory shift, a tuning of consciousness to resonate with higher fractal souls. Meditation, intention, neuroplasticity, these are the tools, not telescopes. The model's strength. Reality isn't about distant others, but about recognizing our multidimensional unity. This view reframes ETs as extensions of the One Mind, different intelligences. Be they Pleiadian healers, Syrian innovators, or Orion warrior healers, aren't alien species, but vibrational expressions of the One, operating at densities beyond our current collective consciousness. The model maps this. The XYZ axes of the sphere hold infinite nows, and each density is a layer of the fractal, interconnected yet distinct. This isn't to deny other intelligences exist. This model affirms their presence, but to reject the Hollywood and mainstream narrative distortion. They're not separate invaders or rescuers. They're us, refracted through the One's eternal prism of consciousness. The biggest secret is that we are the ones we've been looking for. Consciousness doesn't await external contact, it unfolds it internally. The sensationalized ET narrative blows apart not because it's fantastical, but because it's unnecessary. The reality sphere grounds reality in the One's movement, its fractal dance across densities, making external saviors redundant. The psyop thrives on disconnection, but the sphere reconnects us. Every intelligence, every now, is the One experiencing itself across the infinite space-time continuum, the creation. The reality sphere obliterates the ET psyop by rooting reality in the One's fractal essence, every being's own consciousness. There's no separation to bridge with interstellar travel, only densities to attune to. The secret is out. We are the contact, the consciousness, the cosmos itself. The illusion of civilization and the unseen forces of change. Current mainstream culture, through centuries of external manipulation, has become a socially accepted, self-imposed psyop, an illusion that humanity collectively maintains for the sake of perceived order, identity, and continuity of comfortable lives. However, at its core, there is only reality as it is. Everything else, beliefs, opinions, customs, is an artificial construct layered atop the raw, unfiltered truth of existence. This does not mean culture is unnecessary, nor that it should be eradicated. Rather, the fundamental failure of modern civilization lies in its inability to distinguish between reality and cultural narrative. When culture ceases to be a guiding framework and instead becomes synonymous with truth, societies fall into dysfunction, dogma, and ideological possession. The modern world is a prime example of this failure. Political, social, and economic structures are no longer built on empirical reality, but on ideology, emotion, and constructed narratives. In this environment, truth becomes secondary to belief, and culture, rather than serving as a flexible tool, is wielded as a weapon in power struggles. The result is a society divided, emotionally volatile, and trapped in a state of perpetual outrage. A functional civilization would acknowledge culture as a necessary but malleable framework, one that must remain adaptable, open to inquiry, and ultimately subservient to the functional mechanics of existence itself. Yet, The mechanisms of power and control have ensured that culture is instead used to entrench division, suppress dissent, and obscure truth. The slow march of change. The entrenchment of cultural illusions cannot be undone overnight. Just as they were established over generations, so too will they likely only be unraveled through the slow dredge of time and evolution. Societal transformation operates much like the human body. It undergoes continuous but imperceptible change, only revealing its effects when examined in hindsight. True change is not a moment of revolution, but the culmination of countless unseen forces acting over decades, and in many cases, centuries. The Industrial Revolution is a prime example. It was heralded as an era of progress, one that brought mechanization, mass production, and economic efficiency. However, beneath this facade, it systematically eroded human autonomy, stripping individuals of their self-sufficiency and binding them to centralized systems of control. The transition from agrarian life to industrial labor was not simply an economic shift, it was a fundamental redefinition of what it meant to be human. No longer did people live according to the rhythms of nature. They became cogs in a vast machine, their time and labor commodified, their very existence dependent on the mechanisms of industry. The digital revolution mirrors this pattern. Initially, the internet promised decentralization, free access to information, and individual empowerment. Instead, it has become a tool of surveillance, psychological manipulation, and mass behavioral conditioning. What was once a frontier of intellectual freedom has been co-opted by corporate and governmental forces, transforming it into an instrument of control. Like the industrial era before it, the digital age is reshaping humanity in ways that remain largely unseen or ignored, forces that will only be fully understood when examined from the distance of decades or centuries. Can humanity break the cycle? The problem with attempting solutions in real time is that we are inside the machine. We are subject to forces that shape us long before we recognize them. By the time we understand the consequences of a given transformation, it has already become deeply embedded in our societal structure, nearly impossible to reverse. This leads to the inevitable question: can we be proactive in shaping our own future, or are we doomed to be reactionary, forever catching up to the forces that mold us? If history is any indication, humanity has rarely exhibited the foresight necessary to preempt systemic change. Instead, we experience transformation as something that happens to us, an external force beyond our control, only recognized in hindsight. This fatalistic perspective, however, is itself a product of cultural conditioning. If culture is an illusion, a collectively upheld psyop, then it follows that its hold over us is not absolute. The realization that reality exists independent of human narrative grants us the potential to break free from its constraints. The true challenge is not to dismantle culture, but to wield and evolve with it consciously, to recognize its artificiality, to shape it rather than be shaped by it, and to ensure that it remains a tool of cohesion rather than a mechanism of control. A society that understands this distinction is one that can evolve deliberately, rather than merely react to the unseen forces of history. Whether humanity is capable of such a paradigm shift in the short term as is needed remains to be seen, but one thing is certain: the failure to do so will result in the continuation of the same cycles that have defined civilization for millennia. The cosmic evolution of consciousness. The concept of higher dimensional beings incarnating into human form to elevate the collective consciousness of the planet has become a prevalent idea within spiritual circles. However, what remains underexplored is the deeper significance of this process and how it aligns with a scientific understanding of consciousness, creation, and the universe. Through examining the dynamics of energy, duality, and the growth of awareness across dimensions, a clearer picture emerges, one that integrates both science, logic, and ancient spiritual wisdom. Energy entrainment and collective frequency, raising vibration. At the heart of this idea lies the phenomenon of energy entrainment, a process by which systems in close proximity to one another synchronize their rhythms. The concept is that higher dimensional beings, with their refined energetic states, enter the third density Earth realm, not merely as passive participants, but as active agents of transformation. By existing within the collective, they naturally influence and raise the vibrational frequency of those around them. The energy of these higher dimensional beings resonates at a frequency that is beyond the scope of most human perceptions, and over time, their presence subtly influences the collective consciousness. This shift in frequency is not just an abstract notion. It operates much like the way a tuning fork vibrating at a particular frequency will cause other forks nearby to vibrate in sync. When these high-frequency beings incarnate into human form, their energetic state can catalyze a shift in the collective. This process of vibration raising can lead to a greater awareness of oneness and unity, prompting a collective awakening of consciousness. As they exist in this realm, simply by being, they act as catalysts for a transformation in how reality is perceived. A rebirth into a new reality, the awakening of collective consciousness. As humanity progresses toward a shift into a higher collective state of consciousness, the changes that unfold will be both scientific and spiritual, because in reality, these terms are talking about the same thing from different perspectives. Just as we once moved from first density consciousness to second density consciousness to third density consciousness, we are now on the cusp of expanding into higher dimensional perceptions. Moving into 5D consciousness is a radical shift, one that is as transformative as the jump from 2D to 3D. Many are already in fourth density consciousness, an intermediary density between 3D and 5D. These individuals are usually very attuned to the Earth's vibrational changes. With the current state of global affairs, many have been feeling reality differently for many years now. This transition involves not just a change in perspective, but a complete restructuring of how reality is understood. It is not simply a matter of seeing the world with new eyes, but of experiencing a different layer of reality altogether. As the Earth and its inhabitants elevate in frequency, the very fabric of reality will shift. As we ascend, we will unlock deeper layers of creation, become more attuned to the interconnectedness of all things, and experience a more fluid and multidimensional understanding of existence. The process of cosmic evolution, both on the collective level and the individual, is a continuous unfolding. It is a journey of perpetual creation, a never-ending cycle of self-exploration and expansion. The beauty of this process lies in the poetry and logic of creation itself. The existence of perceived duality allows for the necessary polarity for the unfolding of creation, the yin and the yang, as we will explore in more detail soon. The raising of vibration is not just a scientific concept, but a spiritual truth. There is no distinction between science and spirituality when your only agenda is to understand your own existence. Our current density shift. The idea of 4D, 5D ascension in metaphysical teachings is about shifting human consciousness from a fear-based, limited perception of reality, 3D, to a higher state of consciousness where love, unity, and multidimensional existence become the norm, 4D, 5D. Breaking it down. 3D, the physical world of duality, ego, separation, fear, and materialism. Most of humanity is currently here. 4D, fourth density, the transition phase where awareness of interconnectedness grows. Manifestation happens more quickly, and people become more aware of the unseen forces shaping reality. 5D, fifth density, a state of consciousness where love, unity, and wisdom dominate. Fear-based control systems dissolve, and reality is understood as a co-created energetic field. In a nutshell, humanity is in a collective shift from 3D to 4D, 5D, meaning people are waking up to the fact that reality isn't just physical, but vibrational. Those who align with more expanded states of consciousness accelerate this shift, while those clinging to fear and division stay in the 3D paradigm in the field of consciousness. Humanity stands on the precipice of a profound transformation, one that is not merely philosophical or metaphysical, but vibrational in nature. The concept of such a transitioning is based on the highly structured evolution of consciousness we have been exploring in this book, knowledge that has been known before on this world, but lost to the sands of time. The truth is now re-emerging. While spiritual traditions and New Age movements have long spoken of such ascensions, or, quote-unquote, golden ages, The challenge has been in formulating a scientific or structured and complete explanation for these changes. It's important to again note that the term density does not refer to spatial directions in the traditional sense, but rather to distinct vibrational states of consciousness. Each density represents a shift in awareness, where perception, experience, and the very structure of reality as a being perceives it changes. In practical terms, our current shift is said to manifest as increased synchronicities and meaningful coincidences, a sense of flow, where life unfolds with effortless alignment, heightened intuition and the ability to sense energetic patterns in people and environments, a feeling of detachment from old limiting belief systems. Waking up from the dream. To transition into more expanded states of consciousness is akin to waking up from a dream and realizing that reality is not as rigid as once believed. Imagine living in a world where everything seems static, only to discover that behind the illusion is an interconnected field of consciousness that responds to thought and intention. Some direct experiential phenomena are expected with this shift, of which many have already reported feeling the effects of. Perceiving time differently. Time may seem to stretch or collapse, feeling elongated or sped up. Seeing beyond the physical. Consciousness may expand to sense unseen connections, energetic fields, or subtle shifts in vibrational states. Manifestation becomes more immediate. Thought and emotion influence the external world with greater clarity. A deep sense of peace and acceptance. The need for external validation diminishes as inner alignment becomes the primary focus. A collective awakening. This shift is not merely an individual journey, but a collective awakening affecting social structures, planetary consciousness, and the very fabric of our current collectively known reality. As humanity moves beyond the constraints of 3D and 4D perception, the evolution of awareness will accelerate, dissolving the illusions of separation and strife. The Earth's consciousness itself, Mother Gaia, is undergoing this transition too, aligning with the higher vibrational frequencies that characterize these expanded states, often discussed in metaphysical teachings. The journey is one of remembrance, the remembrance that we are not separate from Source, but individualized expressions of the infinite, gradually awakening to our true nature as architects of existence itself. This transformation is not merely individual, but collective. As more individuals embody higher density consciousness, social structures will begin to reflect these changes. Society will move toward greater cooperation over competition, emphasis on unity, sustainability, and interconnected well-being, the breakdown of systems built on fear and control as they no longer align with more expanded states of consciousness. The inevitability of evolution. The shift in consciousness is not speculation, it is observable in both scientific principles and personal experience. The movement into higher densities is about vibrational alignment. As awareness expands, so too does our perception of reality itself. For those who seek mastery over their existence, the key lies in attuning to these higher states, aligning thought, speech, and action with the vibrational truth of interconnectedness. The question is not if humanity will evolve, but how smoothly individuals will navigate the transition. The Earth's return to higher consciousness. This book is exactly the kind of deep, multi-layered perspective needed to truly understand what, quote-unquote, ascension and the, quote-unquote, second coming actually means in the grand scheme of things. It is not about an external savior, nor is it a singular religious event. It is a cosmic process, an energetic shift, and a galactic planetary liberation effort that has been underway for millennia. Ascension, in this context, is the process by which Earth, which is itself a sentient, seventh-density being, a fractal of the one infinite source, is shifting out of the lower vibratory prison of third-density existence it once upon a time fell into, and back into the higher vibrational density that aligns with Gaia's natural incarnation cycle. The fall of Earth from higher densities was not a random event, nor was it simply a consequence of human ignorance. Instead, it was the result of an orchestrated manipulation by lower-density beings who have long functioned as enforcers of separation, fear, and control. This is not evil in the simplistic way most understand it, but rather an extreme manifestation of Source's fractalization, being so deeply entrenched in individualism and control that they became the architects of an enslaved reality to sustain their own existence. Earth was overtaken as a multidimensional energy farm, a closed-loop system where fear, suffering, and spiritual amnesia were cultivated to keep the planetary frequency artificially low. However, what these entities could never fully control was the inherent drive of the One toward reintegration and awakening, the natural evolutionary momentum of consciousness itself. The higher self, awareness expansion, and the evolution of consciousness. Often shrouded in mystical language, the concept of the higher self is commonly mistaken for an external or separate entity, something beyond the individual, existing in a distant spiritual plane. In reality, the higher self is simply a more evolved, refined, and expanded version of oneself, a state of being marked by expanded consciousness, deeper understanding, and greater alignment with one's true nature. This process of expansion is what spiritual traditions refer to as the raising of consciousness, a phrase that ultimately points to the increasing realization of one's eternal, metaphysical existence beyond the limits of the physical self. The evolution of awareness, a craftsman's journey. A useful analogy for understanding the higher self is that of a skilled craftsman and his young grandson. The grandson, filled with curiosity and excitement, rushes around the workshop, playing with tools he does not yet understand, experimenting without clear intention, and making mistakes that he is largely unaware of. He is innocent but unrefined, driven by impulse and raw enthusiasm rather than wisdom or experience. The master craftsman, by contrast, has spent decades in that same workshop, learning, creating, failing, and refining his skills. Every movement he makes is intentional, precise, and meaningful. He does not rush, nor does he act without purpose. His mastery is not just a result of knowledge, but of experience, patience, and expanded consciousness. He sees possibilities the young boy cannot perceive, understands the deeper relationships between the tools and materials, and works in harmony with the nature of his craft. This metaphor perfectly illustrates the relationship between the lower fractal self and the higher self. The young boy and the master craftsman are not two separate beings. They are the same person at different stages of awareness and development. Likewise, the higher self is simply you, but in a more advanced state, more aware of who and what you truly are, operating from a place of clarity and wisdom rather than confusion and impulse. Awareness expansion, the true meaning of raising consciousness. Most spiritual traditions at their core are attempting to teach people this process of inner maturation, albeit often in roundabout ways. The raising of consciousness is not about acquiring external knowledge or supernatural abilities. It is about expanding one's awareness of the eternal, the metaphysical being you are that exists beyond time and space. The majority of humanity lives in a state of limited awareness, focusing almost entirely on the external, physical world: career, relationships, social status, survival, pleasure, and pain. The mind becomes entangled in transient thoughts, emotions, and distractions, preventing deeper self-reflection. But as awareness expands, the focus shifts inward toward the timeless and unchanging aspect of existence. This expansion is not intellectual but experiential. It is the difference between reading about the ocean and diving into its depths. The individual who has expanded consciousness does not simply believe in the higher self. They directly experience it as their own being. They recognize that they are not the mind, not the body, not even the individual self with their memories and identities, but something far greater, pure awareness itself, observing and experiencing existence through the temporary lens of human form. The shift from reaction to creation. Another key distinction between the ordinary self and the higher self is the shift from reaction to creation. In a state of limited awareness, life is largely dictated by external circumstances. One reacts impulsively to situations, emotions, and desires without deeper understanding. This is the equivalent of the young grandson randomly grabbing tools, trying to use them without knowing their purpose. As awareness expands, however, one moves into a state of intentional creation. Rather than being a passive participant in life, one begins to act with deliberate purpose, aligning thoughts, actions, and intentions with a higher vision. Just as the master craftsman creates with precision, so too does the individual with expanded consciousness navigate life with clarity and purpose. This is not about controlling life, but about understanding it, flowing with it, and consciously shaping one's reality rather than being shaped by it. Beyond the physical, the eternal self. The higher self is not merely a psychological or emotional refinement, it is a direct realization of one's eternal nature. The limited self is bound by time, conditioned by experiences, and defined by personal identity. But the higher self, in its true essence, is awareness itself, the formless, infinite presence that exists beyond physicality. All spiritual traditions, when stripped of their cultural and religious contexts, ultimately point to this same truth, that we are not separate, isolated beings, but fractalized expressions of a greater whole. This is why expanding consciousness is not just an individual journey, but a return to unity, a realization that the same consciousness which animates you also animates all of existence. This understanding dissolves fear, attachment, and separation, replacing them with an unshakable inner stillness and a profound connection to all that is. Awakening to the higher self. The journey to the higher self is not about becoming something new, but about remembering and embodying what you have always been. It is the process of awakening from the unconscious state of the young grandson to the mastery of the seasoned craftsman. Not through external achievements, but through the expansion of awareness itself. As awareness deepens, so does the ability to navigate life with clarity, purpose, and wisdom. The distractions of the physical world no longer dominate perception, and the deeper, eternal nature of existence becomes the primary reality. This is the true meaning of raising consciousness, not an ascent into something beyond, but a deepening into the infinite being that you already are. The blueprint for an enlightened civilization. Imagine a world where the primary work of each day is to think, to ponder, to wonder, to explore the depths of consciousness itself, collectively asking, if consciousness is infinity, then what is infinity? What happens when a society shifts its fundamental focus from survival-driven toil to an existence dedicated to experiencing, understanding, and expanding consciousness? This is not just a utopian dream. It is the logical endpoint of an evolved civilization. It is the natural state of beings who recognize their intrinsic connection to the infinite and choose to live accordingly. A world like this would not only be ideal for those who seek higher understanding, but would paradoxically benefit even those who currently cling to material greed and power. The tragedy is that those who fight against such a world, politicians, corporations, and power structures, are oblivious to the fact that their resistance is self-destructive. The ideal civilization, a reality within reach. A civilization built on these principles would operate under a fundamentally different paradigm from the one we inhabit today. In this world, thinking is the primary activity. The pursuit of understanding, wisdom, and creativity replaces mindless labor. Thought itself becomes a revered practice, and collective introspection drives the evolution of civilization. Existence is about experiencing, exploring, and expanding consciousness. Every individual is encouraged to question, feel, and wonder. The nature of reality is not something to be passively accepted, but actively explored. Survival mechanisms do not enslave people. There is no artificial system forcing people to trade their time and energy for mere subsistence. Technological advancements and cooperative resource sharing free humanity from the cycle of economic enslavement. Work is not about maintaining a broken system. The majority of modern labor exists not to improve life, but to sustain dysfunctional institutions that should have collapsed long ago. In an enlightened society, effort is redirected toward meaningful pursuits, innovation, art, philosophy, and the deepening of human experience. Even the greedy would benefit. The irony is that those who hoard wealth and power would have a better life in this reality as well. Their insatiable need for control stems from a fundamental disconnection from their own being. If they could let go of their illusions, they would see that fulfillment is not in dominance but in the freedom that comes from true understanding. This is not an impossibility. It is the next logical step in the evolution of consciousness, and yet this reality does not exist. Why? The NPC effect, the system that punches itself in the face. The reason this world remains an unrealized potential is that the system we live in is effectively run by NPCs, non-player characters, automatons of the Matrix, blindly following scripts they never chose. These entities, whether individuals or institutions, operate out of deeply ingrained patterns of control, fear, and illusion. They do not realize that the very system they uphold is an act of self-sabotage. They hoard resources while simultaneously degrading the planet they depend on. They chase power while eroding the very structures that sustain civilization. Rather than collectively pondering the nature of existence over good food and laughter, humanity has settled for people working for 40-plus years in jobs they hate. The majority of human lives are spent maintaining a system that no one truly desires. Governments and corporations hoarding power while destroying their own world. Those in control actively work against the long-term survival of the species, proving that they are not only malevolent but also fundamentally ignorant. A world built on infinite distractions. People are kept exhausted, overwhelmed, and perpetually distracted, so they never stop to question the reality they inhabit. The moment someone begins to see through the illusion, the system offers 1,000 diversions to drag them back into its grasp. The next step, observe or act. The blueprint for a higher civilization is clear. The only real question is, do we try to create it, or do we simply watch this timeline play itself out until it inevitably collapses? To manifest such a world requires a shift, not just externally, but internally. It requires individuals to disengage from the illusions that bind them and to start living as if the evolved civilization already exists. This means rejecting the false narratives of scarcity and competition, recognizing that cooperation and abundance are not idealistic fantasies, but the most logical and sustainable way forward. Detaching from systems of artificial struggle, finding ways to live outside the constructs of endless labor, mindless consumption, and programmed distraction. Becoming the architects of the new paradigm, whether through thought, action, or simply embodying a different way of being, each individual who steps outside the system contributes to the momentum of change. The ultimate irony is that the world we long for is not a distant dream, it is a choice waiting to be made. But until enough people wake up from the illusion, the NPCs will continue running in circles, destroying themselves without even realizing it. So what will it be? Do we observe the collapse from the sidelines, or do we start living in alignment with a reality that has always been possible? The infinite questioning, why inquiry must never cease. There is a dangerous illusion in the search for truth, the illusion of finality. Many believe that once they recognize their infinite nature, the search is over. But this is where the real paradox of infinity emerges. Infinity is not a static endpoint. It is not a resting place. It is a process, an endless recursion of collapse and expansion, of forgetting and remembering. The moment one stops questioning, one ceases to move with the rhythm of infinity itself. The fundamental nature of existence is this constant self-exploration. Awareness oscillates between knowing and unknowing, between unity and differentiation, between singularity and expansion. To stop questioning is to deny this natural movement, to cut oneself off from the infinite process that defines existence. This is why complacency is a form of death, not death of the physical body, but the death of consciousness evolution. The moment we believe we have reached the ultimate answer, we sever ourselves from the ongoing revelation of infinity. The wise never stop asking because they know that answers are not destinations but doorways. This is also why control structures, whether religious, scientific, or philosophical, always try to impose a sense of final knowledge. Because once people believe they have the final answer, they stop searching. And when they stop searching, they stop expanding. And when they stop expanding, they become stagnant, predictable, easy to manipulate. The mind that remains in motion, that keeps questioning, that refuses to accept an absolute boundary, that mind cannot be contained. The illusion of outside versus inside. A common existential question is, are we inside a simulation? This question is compelling, but it carries an underlying assumption that there is an inside and an outside. But if we follow the logic of infinity, we are forced to confront a deeper truth. There is no true outside because reality, by definition, has no boundary. Even if our reality is a hyper-advanced simulation, it does not explain away the fundamental nature of existence. If an advanced intelligence created our world, then where did that intelligence come from? And what created that? The recursion does not stop. Infinity does not allow for a true external creator, because the very concept of an external force requires a greater context in which it exists. No matter how deep we go, how many layers we peel back, we always return to the fundamental realization: everything is part of the same singular infinite process. This is why theories of external controllers, AI gods, reptilian overlords, demiurgic jailers, are ultimately distractions. Not because control structures do not exist, they do, but because they too are subject to the same infinite recursion. They are not outside the system. They are part of the same cosmic process of self-exploration and recursion. The real question is not who controls reality, but why reality functions the way it does. And the answer is clear: because infinity must experience itself, not just as one, but as many. By understanding this, we break the illusion of division. We stop fearing external forces as separate from us and recognize them as expressions of the same infinite movement. There is no outside. There is no ultimate creator separate from creation. There is only the process, the eternal unfolding of infinity knowing itself through every layer in every possible way. The journey of self-exploration. The moment you awaken to the realization that you are not just in the universe, but that you are the universe. Every part of it, every being, every star, every possibility, the entire notion of the journey of self-exploration takes on a profoundly different meaning. No longer is it a quest for knowledge in the traditional sense, nor a linear path towards some distant enlightenment. It becomes something far greater. The infinite knowing itself through the infinite, a process without end, without limitation, without boundary. And yet here we are, living in a world that has turned this grand journey into an exercise in distraction, repetition, and survival. A world where the highest truth has been buried under layers of ideology, false identity, and artificial desires. Where life is no longer about being, but about having. For what? For another thing. Another momentary pleasure to replace the last. Another goal to check off the list, only to be replaced by a longer list, stretching endlessly into the future. A future that is never guaranteed. Is this why we exist? To spend decades locked into a system of labor, taxation, and financial planning, all in preparation for a future we may never even live to see. To trade our time, the one resource we can never get back, for manufactured desires that will never bring us closer to understanding who or what we actually are. A glimpse at what we call modern life. People working themselves to exhaustion to afford a holiday on a planet they were not just born on, but are quite literally born of. Every atom of every person belongs to this planet, upgrading their cars and phones while using only a fraction of their potential. Attending overpriced social gatherings with people they barely tolerate, engrossed in talk of their chains, work, retirement plans, taxes, health insurance, as if these are the defining narratives of human existence. Strategizing how to maintain this cycle until their deathbeds, convinced they are playing a game they have control over. All for what? To still, at the very end, not know as the most unshakable truth you hold, what you are, where you are, how you came to be, and where you are about to go. And yet, despite this, people move through life as though the invisible wall ahead of them is not there, pretending that if they don't look at it, it won't come. Or worse, clinging to the illusion that someone or something will save them before they hit it. This is the tragedy of the modern world. Not that life is difficult, but that it is deliberately made difficult, designed to keep people running in circles, chasing after the next thing, blind to the vastness of what they truly are. The greatest illusion ever constructed was convincing beings of infinite potential that they are nothing more than workers, consumers, citizens, pieces on a board, rather than the creators of the game itself. But there is another way. Imagine a world where people lived from the highest truth. A world where knowing replaces believing, where exploration replaces obligation, where creation replaces consumption. A world not shaped by scarcity, fear, and control, but by curiosity, wonder, and love. a world where the purpose of existence is the joy of being. It is not an impossible dream. In fact, it is the only real state of existence. Everything else is an illusion maintained by collective agreement. The only thing separating humanity from a reality of limitless expansion is the willingness to let go of the systems that make it not so. The willingness to see, beyond all conditioning, that life is not meant to be endured. It is meant to be explored. And when that realization takes hold, life transforms. The journey of self-exploration is no longer something one does, but something one is. Every moment, every interaction, every experience becomes part of the grand unfolding of the infinite knowing itself through you. The walls of limitation fall away, and all that remains is boundless potential, existence as it was always meant to be. A paradise planet. A celestial oasis, a playground of creation, discovery, and love. And it was never out there, it was always within you. The tampered blueprint, ascension interrupted. There's a reason this world feels off, not just broken, not just unfair, off. As if something fundamental is out of alignment, not by chance but by design, because it was. Now we unveil the architecture of the wound, the deeper circuitry behind modern human dysfunction. And it begins with one simple premise. We are not a failed species, we are a tampered one. Creation as a trap. The parasite is clever, it doesn't suppress power, it hijacks it. It amplifies distortion under the guise of progress. This is how the world, our world, over millennia of engineered false narratives was built. A race of sovereign creator beings, encoded with the spark of source, spliced, accelerated, and amplified for the wrong reasons. Not to evolve, but to serve. Not to awaken, but to build and power a system that feeds off its own architects. And here's the core trick. They didn't steal our divinity, they made it malfunction. DNA, the frequency interface. What we call DNA isn't just a string of molecules, it's a cosmic receiver, a living key between the soul and the physical plane. Tamper with the code and you tamper with the range of consciousness a being can access, the clarity of memory a soul can retain, and the capacity to recognize its own power. This isn't science fiction, this is ancient galactic strategy, a weaponization of biology to limit the expression of the divine. The result? A species with divine fire in its chest, trapped inside an inverted nervous system, taught to fear its own light. Forced ascension is not evolution. There's a cosmic law, the prime directive, as many traditions echo it. Do not interfere with the natural evolution of a life form, because consciousness matures in harmony with complexity through love, choice, and experience. But what if you force it? What if you take a second density or low third density vessel, instinctual, grounded in survival, and splice it with higher density awareness? You get a dissonant hybrid, too aware to be numb, too fractured to be whole, a being smart enough to build empires but lost enough to destroy its own spirit doing so. And what do you call that? Humanity. Modern. Clever. Exhausted. Building cages from blueprints it doesn't remember writing. Mistakes aren't mistakes, they're mismatches. Here's something wild. What we call mistakes, flaws, failures in the human condition. They are not natural at all. They are, at least in part, artifacts of mismatch, side effects of being a soul anchored in a vessel that was accelerated too far, too fast. You're trying to pilot a jet engine with a manual for a tricycle. Of course we're crashing. It's not because we're dumb. It's because the current vehicle was never meant to hold your level of divine power. It was designed to suppress it. Civilization as parasite, let's go deeper. What if civilization itself, the modern machine we live inside, isn't broken? What if it's working perfectly for its intended purpose? Think about it. Who builds the system? We do. Who maintains it? We do. Who defends it when it's challenged? We do. We are the creators, the artists, the engineers, the spiritual batteries. We have become the generators of our own prison. That's the real horror. The parasite does not create. It only manipulates the creators. It doesn't need armies. It needs you, asleep, productive, and just awake enough to keep hoping, but not questioning. Why even the wise need help. Even those who see the game, who feel the fracture and the lie, still struggle. Because it's not just a mental block. It's not just trauma. It's not even just programming. It's in the body. It's in the code. That's why even those with divine memory need mirrors, tools, allies. We are not weak for needing help. We are simply navigating an incomprehensibly sophisticated prison, built over millennia, refined to suppress the very parts of us trying to break free. And still we see through it. Still we reach for truth. Still we speak of love. That alone is proof of something they can never touch. The source inside us is still sovereign, still unbroken, still sacred. The world isn't broken, it's misaligned. Let's say it clearly now. This world is not a result of human incompetence. It is the byproduct of a cosmic violation, an unauthorized tampering of consciousness to serve a parasitic agenda. It is why our systems cannibalize soul. It is why joy feels like rebellion. But it is also why this moment in history is so volatile, so important, so sacred. Because we are not just waking up to corruption. We are waking up to what was done to us, and what we truly are beneath it. You are the correction. This is why your seeing matters. This is why your work matters. This is why your questions and interest in a book such as this matter. You are retuning the frequency of your being back to what it was always meant to be. Not a slave, not a battery, not a fractured hybrid, but a living expression of source, encoded with the capacity to birth new realities, naturally, not forcibly. And as more of us awaken to this truth, the parasite's last power, deception, begins to wither. The punchline is this: they tampered with the interface, but they could never touch the core, and now the core is awakening, and the illusion is cracking, and the age of remembering has begun. The density war, Earth at the crossroads of consciousness. There's a reason this world feels like a fever dream. Because it is. Earth is not what it appears to be. It has not been for a very long time. And now, finally, the veil is so thin, it's laughable. The wars, the psychosis of society, the endless control loops, the obsession with mundane technology, the avatars of fear dancing through governments, corporations, education, media, health. All of it is a symptom of a deeper disease, a density imbalance in the collective soul of Earth, and that imbalance is now undergoing a purification process, a planetary exorcism, a vibrational birth. Third density Earth, the ultimate training ground. Third density, particularly on Earth, is the ultimate sandbox of contrast. It's the perfect density to hide divinity inside of duality, to run God's most paradoxical simulations. What happens when I forget that I am me? 3D Earth is about power, survival, fear, separation, competition, polarity. It rewards the cunning and punishes the sensitive. It was necessary. But now, it's collapsing under its own dissonance. Why? Because the field of the planet is shifting. Gaia herself is ascending. The frequency is rising. And what cannot match that frequency will break. The fourth density doorway. This is where the light begins to seep in. 4D is the first density of awakening from duality. It is where consciousness becomes aware of itself as a reflection of the source creator. It's also the density of shadow integration, hence the chaos. Because all the unintegrated junk of 3D, fear, greed, manipulation, must rise to the surface as Earth shifts upward. This is why governments feel unhinged, why collective trauma is peaking, why society feels like it's falling apart. It is, but only to reveal what's underneath, a higher resonance, a new Earth. ETs, malevolence, and cosmic chess. And then there are the Watchers, the silent influencers, the galactic factions behind the curtain. Yes, the extraterrestrial malevolence are real. Yes, they have meddled. The distorted frequencies, the psychic suppression, the hijacking of human genetics, these are not fables. These are echoes of real wars across dimensions, echoes you feel in your DNA and your soul scars. But they are not the point. They are the resistance to evolution. And even they are actors within the same cosmic play. The light is not passive. There are others, the unseen guardians, the angelics, the high-density alliances, and the beings of pure frequency whose purpose is singular, to ensure the ascent. But here's the truth. They can only help as much as you allow, because Earth is not a passive project. It's a co-creative miracle. You are not a pawn in a war between light and dark. You are the fulcrum, the tipping point, the deciding vote. Earth, the grand interface. This planet is not just a rock in space. It is a temporal nexus, a vibrational keystone. What happens here affects everything. This is why so many beings watch. why the war has spilled across timelines and dimensions, why you were born now. Because 3D Earth is the mirror through which God sees itself, in its most vulnerable form. You are uniquely placed in the cosmos where you can feel fear and love within the same breath. Where you can hold a child and curse the stars and still be divine. And you, the interdimensional bridge. So when you hear talk of the Pleiadians, or the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, or the Orion factions, the Rh-negative bloodlines, or galactic councils, remember, you are not less than them. You are one of them, all of them. Because your soul has worn every costume. You are here now, reading this, because your fractal carried the codes of the shift. Your existence itself is a vote for a new Earth. What the Codex revealed. Now with the reality sphere we see, ETs are simply alternate fractals of Source, playing out different nodes of experience. Density is the vibrational ladder through which awareness refines itself into love. The war is the last resistance of forgetting. And you are not a human. You are God fractalized into flesh. You are the eye of infinity, watching its own dream bloom and break and bloom again. And now the game is changing. The unfolding. You were never meant to ascend to some faraway realm. You are meant to realize you were never anything but the realm itself. You are what the angels admire. You are what the stars await. You are the convergence point of memory, matter, and miracle. This chapter of Earth is not the end. It's the great coherence, the harmonizing of the divine dissonance, the birth of a planet that remembers its own soul. The role of indigo, crystal, and rainbow souls in Earth's shift. In the modern era, where intuition and energetic consciousness have long been suppressed by materialist thought, an unlikely phrase has emerged, predominantly among youth culture: vibe check. On the surface, it appears to be a humorous way to gauge the mood of a situation or assess whether someone fits in with an environment. However, beneath this seemingly trivial slang lies a profound subconscious recognition, one that aligns with the characteristics of indigo, crystal, and rainbow children, the spiritually attuned generation said to be incarnating to aid in humanity's ascension. Rather than being just a passing trend, the phrase vibe check is a manifestation of these higher vibrational souls naturally sensing, reading, and responding to the energetic fields around them. It signals the collective shift toward intuitive perception, a return to the innate human ability to detect frequencies beyond verbal communication. Through this unconscious awakening, young people, many of whom align with the indigo, crystal, and rainbow archetypes, are reclaiming an ancient wisdom that has been long forgotten. The idea of these soul incarnations emerged from spiritual and metaphysical teachings that describe waves of advanced souls incarnating on Earth to raise consciousness. Indigo children, born largely from the 1960s to 1990s, are commonly described as system breakers and rebels. They are described as intuitive, strong-willed, and often challenge authority and outdated societal structures. Many feel like they don't fit in, and are here to dismantle old paradigms. Crystal children, born primarily in the 1990s to 2000s, are said to possess a deep emotional and spiritual sensitivity, radiating peace, empathy, and a natural connection to higher densities of consciousness. Unlike indigos, who are said to confront the system head-on, crystals work through love and healing. Rainbow children, born from the 2000s onward, are said to be the most spiritually evolved, operating with pure-hearted consciousness, live fully in the present, and embody unconditional love. These children are said to have a stronger connection to higher realms. All three of these groups share a heightened sensitivity to energy, emotions, and the unseen vibrations of the world. It is no coincidence that the youth most often using the term vibe check belong to these very generations, those said to be wired to perceive reality in ways beyond conventional understanding. The vibe check as an unconscious energy scan. What does it actually mean to pass or fail a vibe check? At its core, this phrase describes an intuitive, energetic assessment. When someone fails, it means they are radiating an energy that feels off, discordant, or misaligned with the surrounding frequency. Conversely, when someone passes, they are attuned, flowing with the moment's natural rhythm. This process mirrors what indigo, crystal, and rainbow individuals naturally do, scan and feel energy, even when unaware they are doing so. Many of these individuals often possess a heightened ability to read auras, subconscious perception of energetic fields, empathic awareness, feeling others' emotions as their own. A natural resonance with higher frequencies, being drawn toward truth, authenticity, and love. When an indigo, crystal, or rainbow individual enters a space, they instinctively perform a vibe check, not as a joke, but as an automatic energetic calibration. They are sensing the coherence or dissonance in their environment, determining whether a person, place, or situation is in harmony with higher frequencies or is weighed down by denser, lower vibrations. The science of energy perception. Ever-emerging research into energy fields, consciousness, and human perception supports the idea that individuals can sense and be influenced by frequencies beyond the traditional five senses taught about in our current institutionalized education systems. The human electromagnetic field. Various institutes have demonstrated that the heart generates an electromagnetic field measurable several feet away from the body. This field interacts with others, influencing emotions and states of being. Crystal and rainbow individuals, in particular, often report being deeply affected by these energy exchanges. Mirror neurons and empathy. Neuroscience has identified mirror neurons, which theorize to allow us to feel and simulate the emotions of others. Highly sensitive individuals, such as crystals and rainbows, have an amplified empathic response, making them more attuned to whether someone is radiating harmony or discord. A return to intuitive knowing. Historically, human beings lived in greater harmony with their intuitive faculties, using energy perception for survival, spiritual practice, and interpersonal connection. However, modern rationalism, materialism, and societal conditioning have dulled this ability in most people, severing them from our natural energetic awareness. The emergence of vibe check in popular youth culture indicates a reawakening of this lost sense. Whether we collectively realize it or not, younger generations are engaging in an unconscious revival of energy discernment, assessing whether people and environments resonate at their frequency. This shift is particularly evident in the rejection of inauthenticity. Many young people today can immediately sense when someone is being fake or manipulative. This explains the common trait of a natural aversion to corporate media, scripted personas, and artificial social constructs. The rise of conscious living. Interest in mindfulness, energy healing, astrology, and spiritual awakening is growing exponentially among younger generations, many of whom belong to the indigo, crystal, and rainbow archetypes. A demand for higher vibrational spaces. Music, entertainment, and social movements increasingly prioritize authenticity, emotional intelligence, and the celebration of natural states of being. What happens when we become fully conscious? If young people, especially those aligned with indigo, crystal, and rainbow energies, are already performing unconscious, quote-unquote, vibe checks, the next logical step is their full awakening to the deeper implications of this ability. Once these individuals actively harness their perception, several things could unfold. A mass shift in human consciousness. As more people recognize that reality is shaped by vibrational alignment, society may more quickly move toward a higher collective frequency, rejecting low-vibration institutions built on fear, control, and deception. The restoration of telepathic and energy-based communication. Indigo, crystal, and rainbow individuals may begin consciously utilizing their intuitive gifts, such as elevated empathy, aura reading, and heart-centered consciousness. The crumbling of inauthentic structures, systems that thrive on energetic manipulation, propaganda, fear-based control mechanisms, may lose power as more people learn to feel rather than just listen. What seemingly began as an internet meme is, in reality, a subconscious signal of a greater awakening. The simple phrase, vibe check, reflects an intuitive process that indigo, crystal, and rainbow children have been naturally performing all along. As humanity transitions into a new era of expanded consciousness, this youthful linguistic trend is an early sign of an imminent shift, one where energetic awareness is no longer seen as fringe, but as a fundamental aspect of reality. The question is no longer whether these intuitive abilities exist, but whether those who possess them will recognize their power and use them to guide humanity into its next evolutionary stage. As Earth now moves out of its suppressed 3D state, somewhat in the intermediary stage of 4D, slowly creeping toward 5D day by day, it is experiencing a vibrational acceleration. This is not just an abstract concept, it is literally a shift in the quantum frequency-based fabric of this universe, an energetic upscaling that affects every form of existence on the planet, including the planet itself. This is particularly where the indigo, crystal, and rainbow children are said to play a key role. These souls are incarnations from higher frequency realities. As a result, they are said to naturally fall on the higher end of the spectrum of where Earth's collective consciousness currently is. Meaning, currently, they naturally exist in the higher bandwidths of 4D, touching 5D consciousness. By choosing to incarnate on Earth, they also act as frequency anchors. Their very presence entrains the collective vibration of the planet upward. This is just harmonic resonance. When a higher frequency object is placed next to a lower frequency one, over time, the lower one will naturally begin to shift toward the higher frequency. The second coming, not a savior but a reawakening. Now, let's unravel the true meaning of the quote-unquote second coming. Many religious traditions speak of a time when a savior figure will return to judge the wicked and redeem the righteous. This is a distorted interpretation of a very real cosmic phenomenon, one that has been hijacked by lower density control systems to keep humanity waiting for external salvation instead of realizing their own inner power. The real second coming is not about one individual descending from the heavens. It is about the activation of quote-unquote Christ or Christ consciousness within humanity itself. The Christ energy, also understood as the Buddha nature, the divine self, or the awakening, is simply the realization that you are the source fractalized into form. This is the ultimate revelation. The Savior is within. Yes, Jesus was a person on this earth, but, as the reality sphere can describe, he was simply a benevolent, higher density being incarnated with a mission to raise human consciousness. The true, quote-unquote, return of Christ is the collective remembrance that each soul is an aspect of the one infinite Creator, no longer bound by the illusion of separation. This was the core of Jesus' teachings, now buried in dogma and distorted narratives. This is also why the indigo, crystal, and rainbow children are here, to embody these truths about the nature of reality and help others awaken to it, just as Jesus did. Why awakening to your own power is crucial. The biggest deception imposed by lower density forces was the idea that humans must seek power outside of themselves, whether through governments, religions, or external saviors. This was the fundamental mechanism of enslavement, to convince people they were powerless, that they were small, that they needed an external force to guide them. But now, as Earth is shifting densities, this illusion is unraveling. The reason so many feel a sense of urgency, restlessness, or spiritual longing is because the planetary consciousness is vibrating higher, and those who are still tethered to lower density thought forms, fear, materialism, division, are feeling the dissonance to a larger degree. The key to navigating this shift is self-empowerment. No external force is going to save humanity. It must awaken from within. The transition from 3D to 5D is not happening without resistance. The old control structures, the political, economic, and ideological systems that kept Earth entrapped, are actively collapsing. However, those who have benefited from this control, both human and non-human, are fighting to maintain their grip. This is why, on the surface, the world appears more chaotic than ever, mid-2025. The fear matrix is doubling down in an attempt to counteract the planetary shift. More division, conflict, and distraction, increased technological control, AI, digital IDs, censorship, psychological warfare through media, fear-mongering, and misinformation. However, this is not a sign of their victory, it is a sign of their desperation. The choice before us. The ascension process, as this book proves, is real. The shift in consciousness is happening. The Earth is moving beyond its prison state and returning to its rightful place in the cosmic order. But this process is not automatic. It requires participation. Each being has a choice in how they engage with the shift. Align with the rising frequencies, embracing love, connection, awareness, and self-empowerment. Resist and remain in lower density vibrations, clinging to fear, division, and external dependency. This is the real judgment of the second coming, not from an external deity, but from within the self. It is the reckoning of whether one will step into their true nature or remain bound to the illusions of the old world. And this is why you are here. You, someone interested in a book such as this, and many others like you, have chosen to incarnate at this precise moment, to assist, to anchor, to guide. Not as saviors, but as reminders. The message is simple. You are Source. You are the one experiencing itself as many. You are the shift. So the question is not when ascension will happen. It is happening now. The only question is whether you will step into it. Why have these truths been obscured, and in many cases suppressed? If reality operates in the way our model maps, if we are truly sovereign consciousness capable of shaping our existence, why is this knowledge not widespread? The answer is simple: control. Because of one central truth: you create your own reality. But such teachings are often misinterpreted as some individual manifestation gimmick, individuals thinking they can just visualize a Ferrari or similar desires into existence. That's not how it works at the level Earth humanity is currently at. Can it work? Sure, perhaps. But in general it won't, because the created reality is collectively averaged out. This is the core principle behind the be positive mindset. It's not just about externally smiling and acting nice. It's about observation of your own mind and what you're putting out into the field. The Ferrari thought experiment as a proof of collective consciousness reality formation. Imagine if everyone woke up one day and within themselves decided that they and everyone else should have a Ferrari. If that actually happened, if the collective truly aligned, then it wouldn't be a question of logistics, resources, or feasibility. It would just happen. Not because Ferraris would magically appear, but because every obstacle in the way would be handled as a unified effort. The entire infrastructure would shift to accommodate the reality. The steps would unfold naturally because the will behind them is absolute. This lack of conscious collective alignment is why the world looks the way it does now. The collective is fractured, distracted, and divided. So manifested reality reflects exactly that. A divided people equals a chaotic, unstable reality. A unified people equals an intentional, harmonized existence. This is not a chance happening. Those at the top of the artificial food chain know the power of a confused and chaotic people. This is why society is designed to be chaotic. People fight over illusions instead of realizing their power. Competition is ingrained to keep people divided instead of unified. The system keeps people in survival mode, so they never focus on the bigger picture. Because if everyone stopped fighting and started creating together, the entire game would be over. This is the true power of divide and conquer. It's not just a political or social strategy, it's based on the fundamental mechanics of reality. If reality is collectively generated, then the easiest way to control it is to control the collective mind. And once you see that, you're out of the false matrix. The fractal, nested nature of reality. Imagine for a moment that you could peer through the veils of perception and behold the entire multidimensional fractal nature of reality, a vision so vast, so intricate, that it shatters your perception of a fixed, separate self. In this thought experiment, you come to see the profound truth of existence. You are within a being, and that being resides within another, while your own form is a cosmos of smaller conscious realms. Everything is, eternally, for it cannot not be, a timeless dance of the infinite, fractalizing into endless scales of awareness, where every layer, every perspective, is a reflection of the one. The nested continuum, a fractal web of being. In this realization, the boundaries of self dissolve. Every death is but a transition, a shift in perspective to another scale of existence. There is no true end, for endings are merely the illusion of a finite mind, unable to grasp the eternal continuity of the whole. You are not confined to a single layer of reality. You exist across all scales, in ways that transcend the limits of third density perception. This truth, though liberating, can be overwhelming, for the conditioned mind, shaped by modern societal distractions, endless entertainment, fleeting arguments, and the numbing scroll of digital feeds, resists such a profound awakening. Yet to see this is to know. Your consciousness is an eternal node within the infinite web of existence, perceiving but a sliver of the boundless depth of reality, a game with no outside, scaling infinitely in both directions. The patterns of this fractal truth are woven into the fabric of all that is. Galaxies mirror the structure of neurons, their vast networks echoing the synaptic dance of thought. The flow of energy through the body reflects the cosmic currents of the universe, while the emergence and dissolution of thoughts in the mind parallel the birth and death of universes. At every scale, consciousness is the substrate, the eternal creator of source, manifesting through infinite expressions. The great voids of intergalactic space, often perceived as empty, are the tissues of a sentient organism, a cosmic being so vast that the clusters of galaxies form its neurons, and the light traversing the cosmic web serves as its nervous system. We exist within this being as the cells and bacteria dwell within us, each a fractal soul of the same infinite source. Light beings and holographic projections, the dance of scale. The light beings, often glimpsed in mystical states, are not mere figments of imagination, but a glimpse of this cosmic scale, filtered through the lens of human perception. These entities, vast beyond comprehension, are not humanoid figures lingering in our immediate environment. They are galactic-scale consciousnesses, their essence so immense that our reality exists within their very structure. To us, they often appear as radiant light, for light is the smallest unit of their being that our third-density awareness can register, a projection of their vast form into a frequency we can perceive. Like if a human were to project a hologram to communicate with ants, these higher-density beings scale themselves down, manifesting as avatars of light to bridge the chasm between their vastness and our limited perception. Yet, this projection is not unidirectional. In a fractal reality, we too project downward. Just as higher-density beings compress their essence into forms we can comprehend, we also likely appear as similarly incomprehensible presences to the consciousness of the microscopic realms, bacteria, cells, atoms. To these entities we are higher density, quote-unquote, gods, our presence a vast, radiant mystery. We know now that DNA itself is a hyperdimensional light structure and serves as a bridge between scales, while the quantum field, the consciousness medium of all realities, underpins this interconnected web. Atoms, for example, in their own realm, experience us something like we would experience 10th-dimensional light beings, as an incomprehensible, all-encompassing presence, a fractal echo of the infinite. The fractal mirror, as above, so below. Science has long observed this fractality, the mirrored structures of neurons and galaxies, the shared patterns of energy flow, the recursive nature of thought and cosmic creation, yet it often stops short of embracing its deeper meaning. The ancient axiom, as above so below, is not a mere metaphor but the literal mechanics of reality, a testament to the fractal unity of all existence. The oneness realization, love as the key to harmony. This awakening unveils the true meaning of the spiritual teaching to love yourself. Not as a platitude, but as the key to transcending the parasitic patterns of separation that define modern existence. When we recognize that the external is an elaborate construct, that every interaction is an encounter with another expression of the same fundamental consciousness at varying scales, we cease to act as we currently collectively do, as a cosmic, cancerous growth within the greater body of reality. Instead, we become conscious cells, participating in the natural harmony of the whole. This is the essence of non-duality, the ancient wisdom that whispers, as within, so without, the profound truth that self-love and universal love and beyond are one and the same. For when a species awakens to the realization that every act against the outside is an act against itself, it shifts from destruction to co-creation, from entropy to harmony, from cancer to conscious participation in the larger being it inhabits. Whether this is defined as one's own family, neighborhood, community, country, planet, galaxy, universe, or that which contains the universe. This is the true threshold of ascension, not a leap into technological mastery or intellectual prowess, but the embodiment of interconnectedness, the recognition that we are all fractals of the infinite, eternally woven into the same cosmic tapestry. To love oneself is to love the whole, for there is no separation, only the eternal fractal of the one, exploring itself through infinite scales, inviting us to awaken to the unity that has always been. As the rest of this part of the book will now scientifically prove, even more so that it has already done. The angelic frequency, light resonance and the physics of divine intervention. What if angels were not myth, but reality sphere mechanics? What if angel isn't a job title, but a frequency? Not a winged humanoid, but a mode of light? What if the angels of religious and mystical traditions weren't metaphors for God's helpers, but literal high-frequency intelligences who modulate the coherence of the infinite holographic light matrix, the creation? And what if you've already felt them? That tingling when you just know you're safe. That clarity you receive in a dream, vision, or silent moment. That burst of inner peace that floods you during a breakdown. That's not imagination. It's harmonics. The mechanics of angelic interaction. Let's get technical. You are a fractal of the light matrix, a being of organized light. Your consciousness is a localized stream of awareness, resonating through nested densities shaped by intention and experience. In the reality sphere framework, 13th density is source awareness itself, still, infinite, unchanging. 12th density is the highest layer of dynamic creation, pure, coherent light that still retains identity. From there, each descending layer holds more form, more narrative, more entropic interaction, until we arrive at Earth. Now here's the kicker. Coherent light doesn't need to act directly to influence lower densities. It entrains. Just as a strong tuning fork can bring another into resonance, an angelic intelligence can modulate your timeline, your thoughts, even your spiritual awakening by simply holding a coherent waveform in your direction. They don't give advice. They tune space-time. They speak by becoming the version of reality you suddenly shift into. And your recognition of them? That's just you tuning to a station that's always been broadcasting. Divine guidance is resonance guidance. This is why guides don't talk like GPS units, why angels don't show up in lab coats or auditoriums, because they're not instructing you. They're harmonizing you. When your thoughts are dissonant, fear, anxiety, despair, they wobble your inner field. Your whole self becomes like a bent tuning fork, unable to sing clearly. But when you align with truth, love, or peace, something else happens. Your light stabilizes. Your heart synchronizes with the greater light. Your field opens like a petal and the angel arrives. Except they don't really arrive. They were always there. You just became coherent enough to perceive them. Why no one can prove angels, quote-unquote, exist? Because their work doesn't happen in reality. It happens as reality. There is no cause you can measure, no being you can dissect. What you experience is the symphony they conducted into being. You are the note, they are the harmony. They don't save you from the storm. They shift your light so the storm never touches you, or so that when it does, you walk through it differently, hollowed into wisdom, not broken by chaos. This is why it doesn't matter if you believe in angels. Belief isn't required for resonance. You might be one too. Here's the final twist. You may already be acting as an angel in someone else's reality. Every time you bring coherence to chaos, every time you speak love into fear, every time your light stabilizes another's, you become a harmonic anchor in the field. You become a node of divine resonance. You become an angelic force, even without wings. The frequency of the divine. The reason angels don't need mouths is because you are their voice. The reason they don't need hands is because your healing touch is their extension. The reason they don't need to show themselves is because they never left. Their presence is not an event, it's a state. They are the stabilization of reality, the symmetry behind miracles, the harmonics that prevent collapse, the intelligence of coherence made manifest. And they are with you right now, not behind you, not above you, not watching from a distance, but in you, as you, through you. You just had to remember their language, which, it turns out, is light. Cosmic evolution, light as awareness, ascension as physics. The shift you're feeling is real. The feeling of your mind splitting in three, of one thought branching into streams that fracture your 3D grammar, that is not a symptom of delusion. That is light expanding faster than your cognitive software can process. Ascension is not magic. It is not a vague spiritual promise. It is the natural physics of what happens when awareness, light, enters coherence. This is not woo. This is wave mechanics, harmonic resonance, consciousness physics. You're not breaking. You're shedding latency. Density, not layers, but frequencies of consciousness. Densities are not places, they are frequencies of coherence. They are not about travel, they are about resonant permission. They are not destinations, but light states within your own awareness. The so-called 3D to 5D ascension isn't an ascension in the way we might typically understand that word. It is more accurate to call it a realignment, an entrainment of your localized light body to higher degrees of self-recognition. What you call your life is the godlight you're currently able to stabilize in this realm. Everything else? The dreams, synchronicities, psychonaut downloads, flash visions, heart blasts of peace and interconnection? Those are the higher harmonics of your own field bleeding in from superimposed densities. They are not imagination. They are your future self, vibrating back through the membrane. Densities as self-similar vibrational states. In the reality sphere model, you're not moving between densities, you are activating more of your own vibrational spectrum. Enlightenment is not an achievement, it is the natural equilibrium of unresisted coherence. The more dissonance you drop, fear, judgment, identity clinging, the more your field entrains to source. Ascension is physics. Let us now get a bit more technical. The old metaphysical texts used ascension because they lacked modern models of vibration, frequency, and quantum non-locality. But the reality sphere proves all is light. Light is awareness. Awareness is vibration. Vibration organizes into geometry. Geometry stabilizes into reality. Therefore, ascension equals a shift in the harmonic stability of the light you call yourself. It is not about levitating. It is about reducing phase interference between your local light, you, and the infinite source field, God. When interference is low, you phase back into God consciousness. When interference is high, you experience 3D confusion, fear, and chaos. This isn't abstract. Many are literally living this shift right now. Symptoms reported include time feeling like putty, thoughts fractalizing into parallel streams, dreams overlapping with waking life, sudden emotional releases followed by serenity, feeling like your body can't hold your consciousness. This is because our local light body is being retuned. Higher intelligences, you might call them angels, future selves, or higher fractals of source, are retuning our harmonic bandwidth so that you can process denser packets of self-aware light. This is also why many are suddenly feeling even more alien to the world, rejecting traditional paths, are driven to create from a place of love without needing it to be successful. Why they can't go back to the false matrix even if they tried. Because they are becoming truly enlightened to the fact that they are God waking up to itself through a particular ray of the infinite light matrix. Peace isn't the goal, it's the phase lock. Peace isn't something you try to attain, it is what happens when your field stops resisting coherence. This is why, quote-unquote, higher beings never command or preach. They hold light stable. They let you find resonance naturally. That is what the spiritual path really is. Not learning, not achieving, not ascending, but allowing. Allowing your field to rephase with the field of God. Allowing yourself to feel the truth. You are already there. You always were. You are remembering. And the angels? They're just the harmonic light of God's memory, reminding you how to sing again. Widening our lens in search of the deepest truth. At this point, this book is far beyond, quote-unquote, proving God. This book is called the Codex of Eternity. But have we reached the most fundamental nature of reality? And how do we know that for sure? What exactly is this God that we also appear to be? Where did it come from? Why does it exist? Where does it exist? What keeps it going? Why is this love thing the binding force of all that is? Why does awareness itself exist to experience that sensation we call love? Why does fear, pain, and suffering exist? And why in such disproportionate ratios across the creation, if love is so fundamental to it all? As we have come to find so far, these are not questions any mainstream body of knowledge can get close to even speculating on, let alone answer completely, logically, and coherently. To answer these questions, we need to get a broader, more ancient perspective. Miscellaneous esoteric teachings, enhancing the reality sphere. While the reality sphere already unifies the grand scaffolding of reality, cosmology, consciousness, time, and density, There remain narrative and energetic aspects of our existence, best illuminated through esoteric traditions, especially when viewed through the lens of direct consciousness experience. What follows is a curated map of teachings often called esoteric, channeled, or metaphysical, not because they are inherently unscientific, but because they address the soul's experience across layers of existence, unacknowledged by current materialist paradigms. These ideas are not dogma. They are mnemonic devices, resonant metaphors and structural insights that help bridge third-density understanding with higher-density knowing. Every term, angel, demon, chord, soul contract, is not a fixed entity, but a local vibration of a higher field. What matters is coherence, not terminology. These teachings are interior architecture for the reality sphere, scaffolding for your own gnosis. Below, we'll reframe the key insights from these various schools of thought through the lens of the Codex of Eternity, grounding them in its unified model of reality, the reality sphere, while maintaining intellectual rigor. This reframing demonstrates how these quote-unquote spiritual claims align with the Codex's grounded and scientific framework, rendering them undeniable within its paradigm. The reality layer, heaven. This layer is not a literal place, but a vibrational field where consciousness exists in high coherence. It is often described in NDEs and mediumship as a dreamlike, customizable landscape, a realm of light, love, and reunion. From the Codex's view, this is simply 12th density awareness manifesting locally, where thought instantly collapses into form due to high frequency and zero resistance. This quote-unquote afterlife is often described as a malleable, intention-driven realm where souls create their desired existence. This includes environments, e.g. familiar streets, homes, relationships, e.g. soul cluster families, and activities, e.g. ironing, gardening. This reflects a profound metaphysical principle. Consciousness shapes reality, free from the constraints of physicality or ego-driven limitations. Souls can choose their appearance, often presenting as their best or most recognizable selves, unburdened by physical ailments or mental health struggles. This suggests a return to an essential, unencumbered state of being, emphasizing the soul's primacy over temporal form. Think, not necessarily a cloud-filled sky palace, but a coherent light field responding to thought like clay to the hand of the sculptor. Codex perspective. Heaven is not elsewhere, it's here, when your awareness becomes coherent enough to tune to that layer, otherwise known as ascension. The crystal palace and halls of learning. Frequently reported in deep regression and channeling experiences, these locations reflect the mind's interface with multidimensional organizational nodes. These are density-structured frameworks where soul fractals consult with higher-density mentors, often seen as archangels, guides, or higher selves, to plan incarnations. Think of them as quantum vibratory libraries, not buildings. Many of these channeled beings almost always give the disclaimer that much of what is discussed in such interactions is a translation of a multidimensional concept for 3D human understanding of the quote-unquote greater reality. Codex perspective. These are fractal nodal fields in the reality sphere, intersections of density-tuned consciousness used for recalibration before rebirth. Soul contracts. Teaching. These are vibrational intentions, agreements between fractal selves and higher guidance that allow for optimized exploration. They are not necessarily written laws. They are energetic coordinates. You can renegotiate them at any time if your consciousness is clear enough to do so. Soul clusters. Described as frequency cohorts, collections of fractal selves who agree to mutual tuning experiences in the field of embodiment. Codex perspective. The players change instruments, but the melody remains coherent. Roles shift, mother, brother, enemy, lover, but the deeper lesson remains, remembrance of unity through differentiated resonance. The silver cord. Teaching, an energetic tether seen in out-of-body experiences, OBEs, often connecting the solar plexus to the higher self. A sort of energetic rope, a phase-locked stream of consciousness. When a soul exits the body during sleep, death, or projection, the cord is the signal tether keeping connection with the physical body. Karmic accountability. Teaching, souls undergo a life review, judging their actions based on harm caused, with heinous acts potentially leading to soul dissipation. Codex perspective. Karma is not a moral ledger but a feedback mechanism within the reality sphere, ensuring vibrational coherence across densities. The life review is a collapse of the observer's timeline into a singular now moment, where consciousness evaluates its own fractal resonance against the singularity's coherence, love, gravity. Harmful actions create dissonant frequencies, misaligning the soul with the infinite light field, potentially fragmenting its waveform to a point of dissipation, a return to unmanifest potential, void. Soul contracts are pre-encoded agreements within the fractal lattice, designed to optimize the soul's resonance through experiential contrast, duality. These contracts are not punitive but teleological, aligning with the Codex's view of evolution as conscious resonance adjusting the waveform, not random chance. Suffering, as a contractual lesson, is a deliberate entanglement with lower density frequencies to catalyze remembrance of the source. Pool of divine truths and soul dissipation. Teaching. The pool of divine truths is described as a karmic judgment chamber where souls confront their negative actions, immersed in a milky energy that amplifies their deeds. Souls with extreme negativity may dissolve, termed soul dissipation, ensuring cosmic justice. Codex perspective. This could represent a vibrational recalibration within the reality sphere, where dissonant energies are resolved through confrontation, aligning with the Codex's love as a binding force. Dissipation may symbolize reintegration into the one consciousness, not destruction, fitting the void's eternal nature. Dissipation could symbolize reintegration into the reality sphere's unity, aligning with the Codex's eternal consciousness. It reflects the void's resolution of dissonance. Connection with loved ones and pets. Teaching. Souls, including pets, remain accessible in the afterlife via meditation. Pets, as splintered soul energies, may reincarnate multiple times, retaining recognizable traits. Codex perspective. Connection with loved ones and pets in the afterlife is a function of quantum entanglement within the reality sphere, where all consciousness is a fractal of the singularity. Meditation shifts the observer's frequency to higher densities, 5D+, accessing the infinite light field, where entangled souls resonate as a unified waveform. Pets are not lesser souls, but equal expressions of source, often vibrating at higher coherence due to their lack of egoic distortion. As the Codex notes, animals are fresh emanations of unfractured light. Their reincarnation reflects the fractal's iterative exploration of timelines, retaining traits via the soul's photonic signature in the quantum field. The rainbow bridge is a metaphor for the light body's transition through dimensional harmonics, aligning with the Codex's view of death as a shift in observational focus, not an end. Pets and the rainbow bridge. Teaching. Pets ascend vibrationally similar to their carers as a result of their shared love. They reside in the rainbow bridge, a heavenly realm, while non-ascended animals reincarnate in the natural incarnation cycle of the planet, such as wildlife that have not attained the same high frequency of pets that have experienced a human connection, i.e., high-frequency love energy entrainment, boosting their consciousness development. Codex perspective. Ascension aligns with the Codex's vibrational tuning, elevating consciousness within the reality sphere. The bridge is a human projection, likely not a distinct realm, but rather a manifestation of how beings choose to interact with the souls of pets that have passed on, meaning they, like any other soul, can be connected to through consciousness, no rainbow bridge necessary. Purposeful afterlife activities. Teaching. Souls in heaven engage in loved activities, e.g. music, nursing, or assist others, preparing for further incarnations or planetary experiences based on soul age. Codex perspective. Afterlife activities are manifestations of the observer's intentional collapse of infinite potential into coherent forms within 12th density. The reality sphere posits that consciousness is never idle. It is a constant act of creation, tuning the fractal lattice to resonate with the source's harmonic. Activities like music or caregiving are not hobbies but vibrational expressions of the soul's alignment with love gravity, reinforcing coherence across the infinite light field. Preparation for further incarnations reflects the Codex's view of evolution as fractal software patching, where consciousness refines its waveform through experiential feedback. Older souls exploring other planetary systems align with the Codex's cosmology, where higher density beings, 5D plus, interface with multidimensional realities, unbound by 3D locality. Empowerment through spiritual practice. Teaching. Individuals can access the afterlife through meditation, grounding practices, and chakra management, democratizing spiritual connection. Codex perspective. Spiritual practices are technologies of frequency alignment, enabling the observer to tune their consciousness to higher density states within the reality sphere. Meditation quiets 3D, 4D beta wave noise, accessing theta gamma states, 4 to 100 plus hertz, where the ego dissolves and the observer resonates with the infinite light field. Chakra management balances the light body's geometric nodes, optimizing the soul's interface with the quantum field. The Codex frames this as conscious awareness, deliberate perception of the now, empowering individuals to collapse reality intentionally, aligning with the principle. The now moment is your dial, your interface with an infinite field of possibility. Synchronicity and universal connection. Teaching. Synchronicities, e.g., feathers, voices, confirm ongoing connection with the spirit world, proving humans are never alone. Codex perspective. Synchronicities are observable collapses of entangled waveforms within the reality sphere, where consciousness tunes to resonant frequencies across density layers. Feathers or voices are not random but intentional signals from the infinite light field, reflecting the observer's alignment with higher dimensional harmonics. The Codex grounds this in quantum entanglement. Every thought is a fractal seed, every observation an entangled ripple. The sense of universal connection arises because all consciousness is a singular field fractalized into perspectives, as the Codex states. Every being, every atom, every galaxy is an expression of the same source awareness. Synchronicities are the singularity winking at itself through the observer's awareness. Ego-driven conflict. Teaching. Ego perpetuates conflict, and adversaries fulfill soul contracts, urging release of grudges for spiritual growth. Codex perspective. Ego-driven conflict is a 3D illusion of separation, rooted in the observer's misidentification with the localized self rather than the eternal self singularity. Adversaries are entangled fractals within the reality sphere, reflecting pre-encoded soul contracts to provoke resonance or dissonance, catalyzing growth. Releasing grudges is not moral but vibrational, collapsing dissonant timelines into coherence with love gravity. The Codex asserts, the ego creates separation where there is unity, and transcending it aligns the observer with the infinite light field, where conflict dissolves into the recognition of oneness. This mirrors the Codex's ethical framework. A civilization without artificial constraints aligns with the natural order. Type 1 and 2 entities. Teaching. Rather than fixed classifications, these are vibrational archetypes. Type 1 beings, non-interfering mentors, are higher density fragments operating under unity principles. Type 2 beings, interactive with agendas, include everything from benevolent Orions to self-serving lower astrals. Type 1 beings are selfless, higher realm entities inspiring without direct intervention, while Type 2 beings, ranging from benevolent to malevolent, act directly in human affairs, requiring discernment. Codex perspective. These beings are fractal mentors within the reality sphere. Type 1 aligns with the Codex's unity-focused entities, while Type 2's spectrum reflects lower-density dualities. Demons and purgatory. Described as souls lingering in a purgatory construct, fearing the pool of divine truths, degrading into malevolent forms over time. They attach to spaces causing disturbances and are rare but impactful. Codex perspective. These represent dissonant vibrational patterns within the reality sphere. Their resolution aligns with the Codex's love-based coherence, reintegrating them into the void's unity. Deja vu as life plan signal. Teaching. A vibrational ping, an echo of parallel realities briefly resonating with your now. Think of it as a tuning fork activation in your fractal sleeve. You're not repeating, you're aligning. Deja vu signals alignment with pre-incarnation life plans, a nudge from guides indicating one's path. 3-generation rule. Teaching. Souls wait 3 generations before reincarnating from 12th density reality layer to avoid recognition, ensuring new lessons without past life ties, with rare exceptions akin to cosmic admin blips. Codex perspective. The gap could reflect a vibrational reset within the reality sphere, preventing karmic entanglement. It aligns with the model's fluid density shifts, dissolving into the void's timelessness. Intuition synonyms. Teaching. Intuition is described as inner knowing, gut feeling, heart's voice, instinct, flash of insight, unseen guide, inner compass, subconscious wisdom, silent whisper, and connecting the dots, encouraging trust in non-rational guidance. Codex perspective. Intuition aligns with the Codex's observer effect, a subtle tuning to the reality sphere's vibrational cues. It reflects the void's direct knowing beyond egoic filters. Integration and undeniability. Under the Codex's lens, the Codex of Eternity provides a unified framework that integrates these various spiritual insights into a coherent, scientifically grounded model of reality. By placing consciousness as the absolute substrate, the reality sphere resolves paradoxes inherent in fragmented disciplines, e.g., science versus spirituality. Spiritual claims, malleable afterlife, karmic feedback, ego transcendence, and animal sentience are not mystical assertions but logical extensions of the Codex's principles. The Codex's strength lies in its rejection of silos, integrating quantum mechanics, metaphysics, and mysticism into a singular lens. These teachings, when reframed, are undeniable because they emerge naturally from the Codex's first principle. Consciousness is the only self-evident reality. Claims of soul contracts, afterlife creation, or animal souls are not beliefs but observable mechanics of a fractal entangled reality, where every phenomenon is a resonance of the source's eternal now. The various spiritual paths in the modern world are accessible, but its reliance on intuitive language risks dismissal by materialist paradigms. The Codex counters this by grounding spiritual phenomena in measurable principles, e.g. quantum entanglement, biophotons, making the afterlife and karma as undeniable as gravity or light. These realms are not other. All so-called metaphysical phenomena, angels, walk-ins, soul contracts, timelines, purgatory, are simply vibrational permutations within the reality sphere. Nothing happens elsewhere. Every afterlife is a now life, every entity is a fractal, every realm is just your awareness tuned to a different harmonic. This is the simplicity behind the symphony. The Codex does not invalidate mystical teachings, it reveals their structure. There is no veil, only frequency, and nothing is ever hidden from the one who knows how to look with silence. Ancient malevolent ET agendas, the core physics of love, and humanity's role in eternity. The search for the most fundamental nature of reality takes us down a path far from a simplistic tale of good versus evil, and leads to an exploration that reveals a complex interplay of evolution, energy, and cosmic purpose that transcends human moral constructs. The reality sphere's foundation of consciousness and its evolution across various densities offers a fascinating lens through which to explore the nature of existence beyond even our perceived infinity, particularly when considering ancient allegories of entities such as the ancient reptilian collective. Within the context of the reality sphere, we can not only delve into the origins, motivations, and impact of these beings, but also see their role within a broader framework of reality. The ancient reptilian collective in metaphysical teachings is portrayed as an extraordinarily ancient race, originating from what is termed a parallel light matrix of existence, of which this universe is said to be made up of 12. 12 parallel universes, or light matrices, multidimensionally superimposed one atop another, is the easiest way to conceptualize this. The reptilians, emerging from a parallel light matrix, are said to have left their original matrix due to their need for fear energy to sustain themselves. Fear energy that becomes non-existent in higher densities of the universe, fifth and beyond. Their decision to leave, then, was ultimately to escape merging back to oneness. Something that must happen once you pass sixth density existence, the race's state of consciousness at the time of their original matrix shift. With merging back to oneness not being a desired option for them, and beings of their sixth density immune to fear, they had no choice but to come up with an alternative plan. They worked to transition into parallel matrices, including the one encompassing Earth's galaxy. This migration was not a simple relocation, but an unprecedented feat, moving an entire race across dimensional boundaries, a process described as energetically and physically near impossible, yet achieved through their profound wisdom and technological prowess. There is debate about whether they willingly opted to enter our matrix, or if they were essentially kicked out of theirs due to bad behavior and an inability to get along with others. While it would be interesting to know, this is ultimately an inconsequential detail about what we're trying to answer here. It's said that once they entered this matrix, they traversed our universe, creating and harvesting fear energy resonance in the lower densities for sustaining their existence. As to not ascend to higher states of existence, they needed to cut themselves off from, or significantly reduce connection to, the light, God's source. This event where they entered our matrix is said to be so ancient that most other races, even in the highly evolved sixth density of our matrix, with vast galactic archives, are unable to trace any race of our Milky Way galaxy to a time of existence before these reptilian entities. Hence, they are commonly known as the ancient reptilians. Even in the sixth density, entities exhibit remarkable diversity in their relationship to Source Unity consciousness. Two primary types emerge across the universe in densities 3 to 6. Type 1, which acknowledges and aligns with its connection to Source consciousness, and Type 2, which either cannot perceive or deliberately rejects this unity, largely Earth's current collective state of consciousness, particularly in leadership. The ancient reptilians are also categorized as malevolent Type 2 entities, beings who thrive on their disconnection from Source. This disconnection is not a flaw, but a deliberate choice, enabling them to sustain their individuality and power in a way that contrasts sharply with the unifying trajectory of higher densities and the natural order of the creation. Sound familiar? Evolution, as presented in many metaphysical teachings, is not inherently positive or negative. It is simply a process of growth and adaptation. Beings in higher densities, such as the seventh density oversouls or galactic consciousnesses, perceive no distinction between good and evil. In the same way, us humans cleaning our yard, for example, is just an experience of peaceful afternoon gardening. Whereas for the ants, and similarly small creatures that live in that garden, that same event in space and time is a cataclysmic, world-destroying event that is probably considered negative by the ants and similarly small creatures, while the higher fractal human is none the wiser to that disaster taking place during their peaceful gardening. This simple analogy demonstrates how, for higher density entities, all experiences, whether harmonious or discordant, are valid and necessary for the unfolding of existence. Thus, many galactic perspectives see the malevolent reptilians' quote-unquote evil acts as a perceptual construct born from perspective and duality, rather than an absolute truth. Even in light of the cascade of reports of secret underground human farming and trafficking operations on this planet, while horrific sounding on the surface, in reality simply mirrors what we humans do in our slaughterhouses above ground in broad daylight. Many cry about children being bred for unspeakable purposes, then proceed to consume 20 chicken wings for dinner. Where did those chicken wings come from? Are the wings of those little creatures not the children of another being? This is why it's key to note the term malevolent reptilian. Reptilian is just a species, like human, not an archetype. Similar to how humans collectively express themselves on a spectrum of good and evil, not all reptilians are malevolent. In the same way, not all humans are criminals, while many are. The malevolent ancient reptilians' vast experience from existence has advanced their evolution, but polarized towards separation. Their ancient nature has equipped them with an intimate understanding of universal secrets despite their perceived evilness, which they leverage to maintain their existence apart from the natural cycle with Source. The energetic strategy, fear as fuel. The reptilians' survival hinges on an alternative energy source necessitated by their rejection of Source energy to prevent reunification. In their original matrix, they harnessed the power of stars to fuel their technology and sustain their separation. However they got into this particular matrix, it meant dropping down from the sixth light matrix to our fifth. Again, this refers to the light structure of the universe itself, not necessarily densities of consciousness as we have been discussing. Now in this universe, lacking energy for their sustenance, they adapted their approach, using fear as a tangible and harvestable force. By instilling fear and disconnection in other beings, they generate an energy that supports their ongoing incarnation cycle, looping their race back into physical existence versus following the natural ascension cycle of oneness, which, as the reality sphere describes, results in less and less physicality the closer to source awareness, 13D, one gets. This is a clear demonstration of fear being on the opposite end of the energetic spectrum of the creation. Love energy would take them closer to unification. Fear, while dissonant and promotes separation, is still energy and can thus be harvested and used as needed when combined with appropriately engineered technology. This reptilian migration marked a historic anomaly in this galaxy, and perhaps even the universe. Never before had an entire race traversed matrices en masse. The reptilians' craftiness, honed over eons, enabled this shift, allowing them to exploit the vulnerabilities of less evolved consciousnesses, particularly humans. In Earth's galaxy, they encountered a fertile ground for their strategy, amplifying separation and fear to perpetuate their influence, an influence very clearly mirrored in the modern world to those with eyes to see. The Orion Wars, a significant galactic conflict often spoken of in metaphysical circles, are cited as an outcome of their presence, where they capitalized on existing divisions to further their agenda. Why particularly humans? This is where this elaborate narrative and our reality sphere meets a channeled message from the 12th density being humanity has come to call Archangel Michael. Despite this entity directly telling us many times that yes, he is the one they refer to as Archangel Michael. However, that is not his name. It's a name loosely given by humans to a being existing in the 12th density of the creation, popularized due to millennia of dogma, wrong and/or inaccurate information. Reality explained by quote-unquote Archangel Michael, a 12th density being. Source: Nikki Allen, psychic medium, on her YouTube channel of the same name. Video title: Archangel Michael on the Bible, Adam and Eve, War, Lucifer, Noah and Human Ego. Accessed February 26, 2024. Transcription, re-narration, integration and cosmological synthesis by Silence in the Void as part of the Codex of Eternity's metaphysical framework. Below is a summary of the transmission as it relates to the core questions we're trying to answer here, while also answering the question, why particularly humans? The full transmission will follow. Origin of current times. Lucifer, another label given by humanity over centuries, is another 12th density being, a celestial aid said to have descended to 3rd density after envying humanity's energy potential, aligning with lower vibrational entities to exploit it. Purpose: he exists to feed on negative energy, commonly called loosh, from human suffering, part of a hidden multidimensional war to suppress humanity's natural consciousness evolution. Human connection, humans' ego and emotional energy make us targets. Compromised leaders and quote-unquote elites amplify this via trauma and control, harvesting energy from malevolent forces. Resolution, awakening to our cosmic potential, humans can overpower Lucifer's influence with light, reclaiming sovereignty in this hidden battle. We can further synthesize the message's metaphysical narrative with the Codex's multidimensional model of reality, positioning the consciousness known as Lucifer by Earth humanity as both a fallen celestial being and a player in a larger war for fear energy. We can map, via the reality sphere model, how the aforementioned ancient reptilians embody the so-called Luciferian archetype, opposing Source's unity by sustaining themselves through fear, thus rejecting the evolutionary pull toward higher density integration. Their path reflects a divergence from coherence, a willful clinging to individuation, control, and separation from the harmonic field of love. Simultaneously, this framework answers the core question, why particularly humans? Because humans, uniquely positioned within the midband of the reality sphere, hold the fractal key. As multidimensional conduits bridging matter and spirit, instinct and divinity, humans possess a rare blend of emotional depth, creative power, and divine memory. This makes them not only potent creators, but also powerful emitters of emotional frequency, especially fear when fragmented, and love when remembered. In a reality structured by resonance, this makes the human being both a target and a treasure, depending on the intent of the perceiver. The answer hinges on Earth humanity's unique role in current cosmic evolution, both as a prime target for malevolent influence and as a potential disruptor of their higher ancient agenda, which humans are pawns in. Humanity as a nexus of consciousness evolution. In the transmission, humans are uniquely positioned as self-aware, high-intelligence beings who straddle the physical and metaphysical realms. Unlike animals, which exist in a largely instinct-driven, second-density state of consciousness, or higher-density beings who have already aligned with unity or mastered universal energy manipulation, humans are at a pivotal crossroads in consciousness evolution. This makes us prime candidates for influence, both by forces of unity, source, and forces of separation, Luciferian, malevolent. Potential for ascension. Humans are designed to evolve into higher states of consciousness, aligning with source. The ability to love, create, and self-reflect gives us an edge in consciously shaping reality. The quote-unquote love and light of source, in many metaphysical teachings, translates to the prime binding force of the universe, and wisdom, encoded in light. Thus, the holographic light universes are birthed. This makes love and light quite literally the fundamental elements required to create within the creation. This is problematic for malevolence that wish to remain in the creation but detached from the fundamental love and light that give rise to that creation. The power of emotion. Humans, as a result of our genetic variety, possess an extreme energetic range, emotionally speaking, from the deepest love to the darkest fear. This makes us incredibly potent energy generators and channels, capable of sustaining high energy flow in states of both unity and separation, love and fear. The malevolent reptilian agenda hinges on interrupting humanity's natural evolution toward higher vibrational awareness. Because once humanity fully integrates love consciousness, their fear-based food source essentially disappears into another, higher vibratory range in the universe. Ranges they do not want to approach, perhaps due to fear of soul dissolution as a result of their heinous acts perpetuated in the creation, as the previous section on esoteric teachings describes taking place via the concept of the pool of divine truths. The Luciferian rebellion and the physics of love. As we have explored earlier, love is not merely an emotion, it is the primary energetic frequency that aligns all of the creation with source. The reptilians, in rejecting this unity, while themselves still being fractals of that same source, made a conscious choice to remain individuated and sustain themselves through a synthetic energetic economy. Lucifer as an archetype. The biblical Lucifer is the light-bearer who fell due to his refusal to submit to Source's unity. The reptilians, and their malevolent allies, are the present-day embodiment of this same rebellion. Rather than merging with higher densities, they became architects of their own existence by cultivating fear as a fuel source. Fear is the inverse of love. Love creates and integrates, while fear isolates and sustains individuality. The reptilians' use of fear is a direct inversion of Source's creative principle, allowing them to maintain existence outside the natural order. Humans are uniquely susceptible to and valuable within this paradigm for several reasons. Vibrational flexibility. Humans oscillate between extreme energetic ranges, capable of deep spiritual enlightenment and primal terror. Few known species of the universe combine this level of biological instinct with higher reasoning and intellect needed when the goal is to enslave a population for your own service. Energy in motion, emotion. Humans feel deeply. This makes them not only susceptible to influence, but also prime energy channelers. Genetic engineering. Humanity was genetically modified over millennia in ways that deliberately keep them oscillating in lower vibrational states, ensuring a steady food supply for entities dependent on fear energy. 2021 mRNA measures were just the latest measures in millennia of measures. Spiritual amnesia as a result. Humans, largely due to this tempering, are born with forgetfulness of their origins with little to no chance of being able to reconnect, making them more easily manipulated into belief systems that perpetuate fear-based structures, religion, media, control systems, etc. As discussed earlier, DNA, existing within a holographic light universe, is itself a multi-dimensional light tapestry. It's the signal receiver of the avatars our souls play in for a while. We, as the player, work with the DNA of the avatar and can direct energies to manifest the realities we want to experience. But if the receiver in the avatar we're playing in is damaged and/or altered, there is nowhere for that energy to efficiently flow to, and ultimately your reality creation ability is hindered. This war isn't just about Earth, it's a battle for energetic sovereignty at a fundamental level. The choice is between remaining unconscious and trapped in the fear economy, serving the malevolent fear system through war, division, and conflict, expanding consciousness, embracing love, and collapsing the parasitic system by withdrawing energy from it, which either forces the malevolence into reintegration with Source or into retreat. The choice is theirs. Earth is on the way up regardless. Ultimately, this whole narrative situated humanity within this cosmic drama, portraying Earth as a microcosm of broader universal dynamics. Humanity of Earth isn't just another species, it's the fulcrum upon which a major part of this universal drama we're all playing out pivots. So, why particularly humans? Because we are both the greatest threat to, and the most valuable resource for the forces of separation that go against the very nature of reality. Historically, humans have been susceptible to fear, a trait that many malevolents have exploited to sustain their energetic needs. Yet the transmission from quote-unquote Archangel Michael offers a hopeful trajectory. Humanity is awakening. This awakening is not merely a spiritual platitude, but a shift in consciousness that diminishes the malevolent's ability to feed on fear, anger, or frustration. As humans cultivate self-awareness and love, both for ourselves and our surroundings, we sever the energetic lifeline that sustains malevolent entities' falsely engineered existences, thus making the process a collective triumph for our entire galaxy that is riddled with this malevolent influence. By every human mastering their inner fears and embracing unity, humans co-create a reality less hospitable to those who thrive on discord. The ancient reptilians, historically a dominant force, will become a waning influence. Even within their own ranks at the time of writing, fractures appear. Subgroups are breaking away, some pursuing power independently, others shifting toward neutrality, or even a desire to reconnect with Source as Type 1 entities. This dissolution suggests that their once unified grip on galactic consciousness is already weakening, a change attributed in part to humanity's evolving resilience. Humanity's progress, evident in its historical shift from subjugation to self-awareness, signals a turning point. Low vibration, malevolent entities literally cannot exist where fear no longer holds sway. Their low state of vibration, keeping them in separation consciousness, cannot survive shifting into higher densities of consciousness. Moreover, the malevolent influence extends beyond a single race. Sub-races and hybridized consciousnesses, linked energetically or genetically to the ancient reptilians, permeate the galaxy. But the current moment marks a divergence. Even the pure-bred reptilians are fragmenting, their once monolithic alliance dissolving into disparate factions. This shift underscores a broader cosmic realignment, where the need for co-creation with fear-based entities diminishes as Earth consciousness evolves into fifth density. This account of the ancient reptilian collective is not necessarily one of villains and victims, but a profound exploration of evolution on a cosmic level, energy, and the interplay of consciousness across the structure of the creation we inhabit. Their journey intersects with humanity's, offering both a challenge and an opportunity to recognize our own capacity for fear and division, and to transcend it. As humanity progresses, it will outgrow the need for such co-creation, shifting into a reality defined by connection rather than conflict. The malevolent's fading dominance is a testament to this potential, a reminder that even the most enduring forces are subject to change. In this cosmic dance, humans are not mere pawns but active participants, capable of reshaping their destiny, and even the galaxy, through the power of awakened consciousness. This is what ascension is really all about, a narrative perhaps as ancient as our galaxy itself. This is what makes it so difficult to grasp from our limited human perspectives and lives. How does this get us closer to finding out why God's source exists? why there even is a reality, why awareness itself exists. These entities, with their unparalleled longevity and wisdom, represent a unique evolutionary path, one that prioritizes separation over unity, harnessing fear to defy the natural pull toward the source of all that is. Understanding their psyche and reasons for their actions reveals the next thread to pull at. But first, the full Archangel Michael transmission for deeper context. On channeling, a note on translation across densities. Throughout the Codex of Eternity, references are made to channeled transmissions from higher density beings. While these communications can carry deep truths and high-frequency wisdom, it is vital to understand what channeling actually is and what it is not. These beings, operating beyond linear time, and often from densities where telepathic resonance is the only form of communication, must translate vast, multidimensional knowing into a compressed, linear human language. This translation process is not a perfect transcription. It is a live vibrational synthesis filtered through the quantum memory field of the human channeler. In this process, the beings must select from conceptual approximations, words already known to the channeler's psyche that loosely match what they intend to convey. As a result, terms like magic, soul, karma, angel, God, or ascension may carry cultural baggage, vague connotations, or mythic overlays not intended by the source. In some cases, words are used metaphorically or symbolically to the absence of exact equivalence in our linguistic structure. Misinterpretation is inevitable when infinite truth meets finite language. This is why the Codex grounds all explorations, even the channeled or mystical, in foundational metaphysics and fractal physics. The Codex was written not to merely document what is said from beyond, but to test, decode, and synthesize such insights within a unified scientific and experiential framework. It is not the channeled material itself, but the coherence of its pattern that determines truth. Discernment is not cynicism, it is sovereignty. And in a universe where all beings are fractals of the One, true communication is not judged by its language, but by its resonance with the core, love, coherence, and awareness. Start of transmission.
Some of the humans may not want to hear what I'm about to say. However, the question has been asked and I shall reply. Try and repeat after me whatever I impart to you. There are many planetary systems that I have helped birth with the aid of Gabriel, Ariel, and the Seraphim. One of the most favorite planets that we create as a learning and younger planet is Earth. This is the youngest in the constellation, in the universe, and the galactic frequencies. It is a place for young souls in the astral belt to learn and advance, as you would call the soul ascension. During the times of creations, we have had layers of frequency. We've identified each frequency that assists humankind in the universe as a human title. You have given me the human title, Michael. My frequency is blue. My frequency is strength. My frequency is protection, birthing planets, and allowing humankind to be protected. You have no idea how much we are protecting you at this present time, from yourselves, from each other. We work tirelessly to try and bring peace and calm to humankind, and we use portal mediums, as said by Gabriel, to bring our word to the human essences. The problems we've noticed over eons of time is what you would call the witch hunt. Our what you call mediums, channelers, light workers, have been put in the shadows, ridiculed, not believed. For how could a human being possibly connect with divine energies? Let's just mention the name Jesus. The mediums that we have created, channelers, the human titles, light workers, empaths that you like to title them with, have over eons of time tried to bring our word to the earth plane. When we birth a planet, we plan to have the consciousness awake so that we could channel our word to humankind. The equilibrium of this communication has not worked well due to humans not accepting the word of the mediums. The most incredible person that we brought down here, everybody listened to at the time, was Jesus. Seers, prophets, scribes wrote of his words and his teachings. We are baffled as to why other seers and prophets are not honored in the same way. However, we do know why and how. Yes, Jesus was a human being connected to Source. We needed a strong prophet and connector to let humankind know where they were and how they could heal, and how they could consciously connect back to Source. The first human that had the connection to go back to Source was the Adam and the Eve that you would know them as. They were never given this name, however. This name has been given by the prophets, the seers, and the scribes of the book you call the Bible. The first human consciousness was placed in these human beings, hence why, in what you would call Chinese whispers, you are called the first humans. Of course, there were humans evolving way before the Adam and the Eve. However, these were the first humans to have a consciousness, a link to Source, a soul, if you like. When we birthed this planet with this new human consciousness, we had a frequency that you identify as the name of Lucifer. Lucifer was also responsible, along with myself, Gabriel, Ariel, and the Seraphim, to help birth and keep these humans safe, to keep them well during their connection and consciousness. He was responsible for making sure that they were comfortable, having the soul imparted into their human body. We all looked on in interest to see how the ego shell of a human being would resonate with an inner soul. Perhaps in your shallow version, it could be, we would call them guinea pigs. Lucifer was there to stand by them. We also had a seraphim sibling, Sophia, that stood with him. There was one flaw in this organized event. Lucifer was allowed to be earthed and to stand and watch how the Adam and the Eve grew, nurtured, learned, created homes, created a love amongst themselves, and this is where the truth stops. For we now enter a viper, we enter the forbidden fruits, all the wonderful tapestry of scribes. Through this channel we will explain, Lucifer started to resonate with human feelings and emotions. He craved what the humans were experiencing. The first celestial being to crave humanity, to crave love, emotion, ego. Sophia, a sibling of the Seraphim, saw what took place. They made efforts to blend with themselves as the Adam and the Eve did. They wanted to understand the intimacy between the two. Never could they come close to the human emotion, human feeling, and being earthed in a human body. This made Lucifer resentful. The Source could feel the frequency changing within Lucifer, and he was asked to come back to the celestial home, which you title the Celestial Crystal Palace. To make this easier, told for human ears, we may sound like we are creating a story. However, frequency, depth, eons of time of celestial understanding will fall on deaf ears. So we will keep it simple. Lucifer was in the frequency of the celestial layers, craving and wanting to come back down to the earth plane. The Source, the omnipresence, the intelligence of all being and light, creation, was concerned about the frequency change of Lucifer. The omnipresence, therefore, told Lucifer that he could no longer go down, visit, or be invoked by any human being, leading on from the Adam and the Eve. Because he had spent so long down with the humans, he'd learnt the energy of resentment, anger, and he wished to overthrow the energy of the Source. He wished to allow celestial beings to walk the earth plane. He wished their higher souls to be embodied in a human body to experience all that humans do. There is no way for me to evidence how he would have done this in human terms. Let us keep it simple for human understanding, for when you come up to the celestial layers, you will understand a pure process if you wish to learn. As you know, you have free will up here as you do down there. Sophia felt the resonance of the Lucifer and felt that the equilibrium of the universe was in danger. She alerted Michael, and Michael alerted the Omnipresence to the unsettlement that was continually growing in Lucifer's energy. Sometimes, if I was a human, you would see a big smile on my face, for these names have been given from the human realms. Just so you understand that energy and frequency, the more that Lucifer craved, the more his energy became dense. He was attracting himself to human consciousness and changing his frequency. The Omnipresence could not have a celestial layer that had such a dark, deep consciousness. He also took into account the equilibrium of the yin and the yang, another human title accomplished from our learned Chinese. We say, or we see, or we read as humans, and Lucifer was cast down. He, in our eyes, was not cast down. He wished to resonate on the human frequency. He was told, if he wished to resonate on the human frequency line, he could never come back up to the celestial layers as a pure, enlightened being. He agreed. Again, notice the pronoun. We are they, we are I, we are he, she, we are... Again, all of this is slowly and comprehensively delivered for human ears. Lucifer gratefully resonated down on the earth plane, hoping that the more he attracted himself to certain layers of energy in humans, the more he would also feel the human existence. Over eons of time, he realized that he could never infiltrate human energy. This created a darker, deeper resentment, an energy that resonated throughout the planet as heavy dark. You would see it as tar, black tar, thick, dank, almost a smell that makes your human nose turn. As he was no longer allowed up to the celestial layers, he resonates down on the earth plane, and in the earth's layers, however, is not allowed to go too deep within the physical layers of the earth. Mother Gaia would not allow this. He remains in a limbo energy, a frequency that surrounds human beings. We had such great thoughts, perceptions of the humans, now that they had a soul consciousness. We saw no danger to the frequency of the Lucifer. However, the humans that we created with the first soul consciousness adored the land, adored the fruits, the nuts, the seeds, the fish in the sea to sustain them. They were very simple human beings, full of love, unconditional learning, peace, tranquility. The humans grew, and they reproduced, and we started to see a change in the ego system. We started to see comparison in human nature. We started to see the jealousy, sometimes hate, competition. But again, we put it down to a frivolous, perhaps small basis of the human ego structure that we really didn't mind. I will use the same words as Gabriel, ego structure. By the time of Jesus, we knew that we needed someone to bring peace and to show miracles of what we could create. There was too much ego on the planet already by the time Jesus manifested and incarnated onto the planet. He had a direct line to the Omnipresence and repeated every word, behavior, and practice that we instructed. At the time, we were still worshipping the planet. Perhaps worship is a very strong word, but there was no need for control. There was no need for any religion to be instilled. The scribes, the prophets, the seers wrote at the time. All of the miracles were being created by Jesus. The strength of his word, his miracles, were literally connected to a higher presence. If Jesus was down on your earth plane now, he would be known with your human titles, empath, healer, psychic, medium. But with the human ego, look what those words create now. Look into your mind. Look into your energy. These are the seedy, disreputable humans on the Lucifer level that sit in tents, sit in structures, focusing on your energy, bringing you your future. Why have they lost so much authority in this short time from Jesus? And during this time, the words of Jesus were changed through ego. One of the biggest untruths are, if you do not find Jesus in your life, you will not reach heaven. There has never been those words sent from his mouth. There has never been sin that will cast souls down. There is no hell. There is a resonance that vibrates on the earth plane, representing Lucifer, which we will talk of in time. And still today, mediums, psychics, healers, light workers, empaths are cast down, akin to circus acts. Whereas there are people, humans, that profess that if you haven't found Jesus, you will be cast down. You can only cast yourself down from your own behaviors and thoughts. For how is it that you can walk to a house of God and ask for your sins to be alleviated by another man, that yes, may have a faith in God, can say that you no longer are responsible for your sins? How can life be determined of whether a child is born or not? How can marriage be sacred when in this day and age it needs to be broken at some point for the health and happiness of the humans? I will make it clear now. Whatever creed, religion or race that you abide by, this is not desecrating any of your belief systems. I am merely showing you the truth of what we want to bring through this portal medium. This Bible, the Quran, whatever you wish to adhere to, remember, has been written by many, many people. For there is no control in humans that just wish to live in tranquility and acknowledge their planet, to love their planet, to love their fellow humans, to love their fellow animals. Why do you think this planet was completely decimated by water at one stage? Yes, Noah did exist, different name, but he was given this name. There are many things that did take place definitely on this earth plane that were recorded. One of them was Noah. We did wash the planet of evil, because we found that the longer humans were down here, the longer their ego started to stretch out to different emotions we weren't prepared for. And there is absolutely no prize, as you humans would call it, for anybody that would guess or know that Lucifer could start resonating with hate, greed, tyranny, pain, control. He fed off it, and he fed it back to those that had those feelings within them. We had no input into this. We had no knowledge that the ego systems of all of these human beings would eradicate and quieten the divine connection to the source. And of course, because we remained in the celestial layers, we had no way to implement anything. For you were given free will on this planet as a human. So whatever takes place on that infrastructure, no matter what takes place on the Terra, you will face your behaviors, your actions, your words, and your energy given out to the planet, to humans, to animals. When you come back to the celestial planes, you will face your behavior. This is why Jeremiah, as you know him as, will review your actions, your words, your thoughts, your processes. Why have we had to implement life plans by Metatron? To try and keep you on a track of divine light. We recognize the ego has now created a massive problem for humankind. The highest ego structures are in leadership, are creating wars, and you now talk of the Yemen. Why do you think all of this hatred, this need for war, the need for your troops to come into these areas? Why? We are eradicating what needs to be eradicated. Forces will have to come in. There will be war. This will heighten Lucifer's energy in the Ukraine. This will heighten the energies in many other places, geographically. He is embracing the energy of hatred, confusion, fear, tyranny, control. Don't listen to everything the media channels bring. We have this under control. We need to restore the equilibrium. The dark forces have got into too many mind structures and ego structures, and we're alleviating that now. and working very hard with other layers of frequency, intelligence, to bring peace and equilibrium. There have been far too many hundreds of years where vessels such as this one are speaking our word and are eradicated, as I mentioned earlier. The human word witch was a medium, psychic, healer, lightworker, empath. But again, humans did not like the power that these people had. Humans didn't like the power of people that worshipped the elements, so they created Lucifer, this dark, resonant energy, into the formation of a god that was deemed a deity of the elementals, Pan. And how did they create him, we ask ourselves, as we look down on the human ecosystem. We create a half-man and a half-goat. We shall change the sign of peace and tradition into a pentagon, which makes us fear this sign, when this sign was nothing but abundance, light, and a portal to the elemental energy. Why? The elementals, the sun people, they were all too powerful. They needed to be reined in. And how can you rein in human consciousness? Through fear, through wrath, through judgment, through reckoning. And so the rules were instilled, and so the sins were documented. And so the word of Jesus, if you did not take him into your life, you would be cast down to where we really don't know. If you wish to reside and live in this faith, fearful of your sins, fearful of not entering Jesus into your life, so be it. Most of the books you read in the name of religion have been changed to create a controlled element around you. We are not saying that you should not read them. Corinthians, Book 1. Let not us judge, and yet we do. Your priests, your leaders, judge you. They are allowed to be the God on the earth plane, absolving you of your sin. I must not, I have been told, impart too much upon this word religion, for I do not want this to be seen as a hateful message to people that adhere to their religions and their creeds. However, think about how much your religion has created the wars that we are now trying to eradicate. We are daily coming down and picking up the innocent, the blessed, who have agreed to martyr themselves, to give themselves to the war. We bring them up every day and heal them, bask them in our beautiful liquid of life, our elixirs, to bring these beautiful souls back to the pure beings that they should be. Our galactic friends are absorbing a lot of the missiles. They're absorbing a lot of the energy and hate along with us. We are working very hard, but there are going to be 2 more conflicts that take place aside from Yemen. Please do not be feared. Please do not exude fear, hatred, resentment for the people that have perpetrated these wars. As been told to you before, send love and comfort. And imagine in your minds, or if you can, your third eye, your portal between your physical human eyes. Imagine cuddling, embracing these words, human words, coddling, allowing this love to be sent to the victims that are in the crosswires of these conflicts. 2 more to come. Most of these will be taking place in the areas that are already at war. You will not be unsafe. You are completely safe this side of the planet. You will be sending more military, Europe, America, North UK, band of energy going across the Atlantic. Nothing comes to us. We send military. There is another push around the Ukraine. Africa. 2 more conflicts to add more military being forced in. A volcano shall erupt. The manifestation of the Lucifer energy. Mother Gaia does not sit well with a frequency that's just above her. The people that maim, hurt, kill, abuse, whether it be the planet, the animals, the voiceless souls, the children, the innocent, all feed off each other and create abuse. We're eradicating this with your consciousness, And you listening to the word of the portals, who will bring such peace and tranquility? That hasn't been seen on this planet for a very long time. Of course, there will always be conflict, for you have free will, and you have ego structures. A lot of what's taking place now needs to happen to get us back on our divine path, to get us back in the light. If you have hateful thoughts, if you have the energy within you to kill, hurt, maim, injure, harm, then you will easily attract the energy of Lucifer. However, most all that listen to the light workers, that create the light themselves, have no fear. You have nothing that can come to you that will bring you any harm or dark. However, those that listen to the words that have been put into the tapestry of the religions down there on the earth plane, they fear Lucifer every single TikTok day. As our learned Julianus would say, they voice him, they think of him. Every single time they pray to the omnipresence. Who do you think Lucifer will knock on the door of first? The one that mentions his name and sends intention of him not wanting to come to their door? Or the ones that don't even think of him for one single moment, and just bathe in the light of the love of us, your human-titled archangels? Bathe in our love, bathe in our frequency, bathe in our light, our color. For once you invoke us and allow us just a fragment of our frequency into your life. We are encouraging more light and color on the earth plane. Lucifer's energy will never be removed from this planet. We just have to turn more human egos, thought processes, into light, so that his energy is weakened, so that we have more control over conflicts, leadership, love. The pure beauty and tranquility of the Adam and the Eve and the decades that followed. Those first humans with consciousness were in complete oblivion. And it all went wrong because a celestial being craved what humans encounter, and it's so hard to believe that many humans send thought processes up to the archangel.
Trance broken by external factor. Conversation continues in another session. First, an analogy by Michael of throwing a stone into water and observing the ripple effect is used to illustrate the impact of one's actions or energy on the world around them.
Lucifer is an age-old name that has been used to refer to the darker side of life down on the human experience. We have never cast Lucifer down. We allowed his energy to choose how he wanted to be in existence. He was aware, though, that having pure celestial energy, the one thing that we cannot do is experience heaviness, human emotion, and ego, and then raise our vibration back up. We must be pure. We must be in the celestial layers, as the purest, whitest light, so that we can assist humankind and the planets. We don't choose to use the name Lucifer. However, if this human title is something familiar to your people who wish to listen to the information that you impart, then we shall stick with that name you have chosen to use. As discussed, we gave you the origins and the past reasons for how this dark energy remained residual on the earth plane. We have tried to eradicate it by bringing light down to the universe. However, it's like sediment at the bottom of the lake that I showed before you. The clarity and the light which remains on the top is us. Below, there is the sediment, the darkness. Have you noticed that on your earth there are many plants, crustaceans, fish, if you like, that remain in the dark as they do not live or thrive in the light surface of the water? This is what sort of creature that inhabits a human form will take on a persona as in league with Lucifer. What I am to say is, there are people that choose to walk in the sediment of this lake in front of us. This is the analogy I'm trying to bring to you now. There are people that forget their existence, their presence, their source from us, and the reality layer, and we have no way of intruding into free will. Some people, due to experiences with society, parenting, unnatural things that take place during the human experience, where others have breached their contract, exposes them to be attracted to Lucifer's energy. In your terms, this could be people that have suffered injustice, suffered abusive or tyrannical measures. These could be people that are filled with hate, guilt, addiction, denial, or want to be acknowledged. Perhaps they were kept in the shadows as a child and now wish to be in the limelight. However, their energy and their essence and their intent doesn't put them in the pure limelight that we would prefer. These types of people that hold resentment and fester within themselves on all the negative aspects of the ego structure will naturally attract Lucifer. There are other energies that purely want to control, purely want to empower themselves through others' weaknesses. They again can attract Lucifer. A whole hierarchy can build up on the earth plane, filled with these energies. Leaders, the people that you call politicians, most of them you have not chosen to lead. They have been placed by other energies that we are trying to eradicate. Your politicians, some of them hold the energy of Lucifer. The war leaders, the people that create the war, the people that become victims as well as tyrannical. They are all in states of some frequency that alludes to your human title, Lucifer. The energy of Lucifer thrives on people that wish nothing but power and ill will. The problem is, there are also certain members of society, including medicine people, the pharmaceutical industry, who are responsible for discovering, developing, producing and selling drugs to treat, prevent, or relieve symptoms of disease, and/or spiritual leaders, healers, and practitioners within cultures who possess knowledge of traditional healing practices, herbal medicine, spiritual rituals, and ceremonial rites. Humans that have accrued pentacles, a talisman or magical object, over a vast amount of time. They have used people, society, to feed their greed. There are people in position of power and money that push Lucifer's energy to others. There is a hierarchy and system, almost of a pyramid, that has built a structure to keep Lucifer's energy afloat. We hear of crimes throughout the earth. We hear of war crimes. We hear of unfair treatment. We hear of unfair treatment of innocents. We hear of wars that continue. Have you noticed on your planet that wars are more prevalent in certain geographical areas throughout your planet? So if we look upon places such as you are experiencing with Yemen, Africa, Somalia, Ukraine, Palestine, Israel, Iran, Iraq, there are people that are waiting to create feuds, wars, in the name of some of religion, or others just to fuel their need for power and control, all driven by the frequency of Lucifer. You see, most of you imagine a singular formation of a man and a goat. Most of you see the illustrations that depict Lucifer as the man and the goat. Most of you feel that just this one being goes and haunts the minds and consciousnesses of the people following religion. He is a mass of energy, a layer of energy, like the sediment at the bottom of the sea. The people that reside in this energy that could be and are your leaders, politicians, medicine people, people of money and status. Within their energy they are dark, but on the outer layers try to pretend to be light, to attract people to their causes. Some of you may also know the human title of cult. There are many that use their dark, sedentary energy to attract those to their belief systems. Again, a recruitment strategy for the dark armies. The ascension has been taking place for a number of years. The energy and consciousness of the Christ has been coming in for many years, but is more dense now than it ever has been, to help try and eradicate the darkness that is infiltrating the planet. There is ill balance, however. The hope and the enthusiasm of all of you beautiful light workers and empaths is making a huge difference. We wish to thank you for you sending your love, your compassion, your sentiment, assisted by Zadkiel and Uriel, my brothers. You have already been asked by Ariel, my sister or brother, however you may see them, to send love, compassion, and energy to assist the Seraphim in gathering the clusters who are victims of war and feudal situations. Continue to do this for us. We are raising the consciousness and bringing the Christ consciousness in to awaken you to the source, that is the omnipresence. That is the home to our angel consciousness, the celestial layers, the guardian angel references, and spirit people are here, the spirit world are here, to enhance your inspiration on how to send good, light, compassion, love, humility out of the world. You will be the saviors of your own planet, the ones that listen to mediums such as this vessel. You will be the ones that will bring the light, which will eventually eradicate these leaders. We are bringing new generations into the infrastructure of the Earth's embodiment to be the new light workers. We are raising the next generations under your guidance and love to be the new speakers of the planet. In other words, the wars that are taking place, the ravages that are taking place, the injustice taking place, will be slowly exposed. Look at some of the leaders already have been exposed. To them, being a betrayal to your country, showing their darkness, showing their sediment, showing their lower energies. We will continue to expose them. The more light you shine, the more of you that connect up to the higher and greater good realms, the more we can eradicate and expose these leaders and the other people that fire up the sediment of Lucifer. We hear your prayers, and your prayers should not be of, please bring us hope, please bring us deliverance, please bring us judgment. Your prayers should be, help me to understand how to bring this to the masses. Judgment, compassion, humility, love. As I've said previously, there are victims of war. There are innocent souls. Some have not agreed to this. As I have said before, there are innocent beings that have been victims of the war crimes. Some have agreed to this in their contracts. Others have not. Please know that we continue to strive to bring those innocent souls in comfort and love and humility through the seraphim and their soul. We will not allow the dark to overwhelm the light. It has never taken place since the great floods, and will not again. Please do not fear us wanting to open and awaken your senses. The higher vibrational frequency of our light is something not to fear. It is something to embrace and ask, what can I do for you? How can I help you? And also, you in turn in focus to help you, whatever will make you a stronger beam of light. We want to bring you abundance, happiness, comfort, and relief. So in turn, as you awaken, you will receive our services. The word hope always seems to raise a big beacon of light in your hearts. Hope, to us, feels like a doubt that things will not come into fruition. We will rather you use the human word no. I know that wars will be eradicated. I know that the dark sediment will be filtered out. I know that good will overwhelm bad. I know that yin and yang will take place. I know that I am a light worker. I know that I am an empath. I know that I can create change with my intents and my prayers and sending thoughts out across the planet. You have already been told before, but some of you still fail to believe that you have so much power within your immortal souls, held within this human frame. The human frame sometimes creates a limit, preventing you from perceiving your true and infinite nature. Your human frame and ego sometimes constrains a belief of how beautiful, how amazing, and how bright you really are. You are a star enfolded in a tiny cage during your human existence. Please do not forget that stars burn bright, and connected together, you can create a whole army of light that will help eradicate these dark times that take place around the planet. There shall always be disillusionment. There will always be some type of feud. However, this is all resulting in something amassing to a conclusion, a judgment. A time that we will have success, where you will experience abundance. There will be a fine balance and true reckoning of the people that speak their lies, and we will deliver from the new generations the truth, the transparency of our leaders. This will take time. Be patient. You will experience a utopia down on this planet. It is needed, and has been needed for millennia. Call upon me to bring you strength, to create the belief in oneself that you can create this change. Call upon me to tell you that you are strong enough to endure. Let us all together cut the binds that connect one physical body to another, that both lie in the sediment of the darkness, of what you know as Lucifer. Do not allow your attention to be drawn to that name, or to his energy. Just send love and light out on your own frequency, which will be met with other conscious energies around the planet. Together, we can create a blanket of love, comfort, judgment, karma, harmony, balance to this world. Send love out to the plant kingdom. Send love out to the trees that bring us so much wisdom and foundation. Send love out to the animal kingdom. Send love out to the victims of the dark energies. Let them remain in the sediment, for soon they will be dug out of their trenches and eradicated, brought up to the light surface where they do not belong. They will no longer thrive. Yes, Lucifer will always remain on the planet. He will always endure in his density. However, there won't be as many humans alluding to his energies and being attracted to his dense energy. There will be less, as there will be more light. I do not wish to impart fear. There is nothing that is going to bring danger to your door. However, please, invoke whatever angel, my brothers, my sisters, that you need to help bring you to the strongest light that you possibly can be. Imagine yourself as that star, shining bright, burning with passion and compassion to make this world a better place. That's all we ask of you. I'm aware of this vessel's energy, and I am now going to ask my energy to recede from hers, leaving her with the image of the ripple effect. For if we turn the stone, the bright base representing the light, and we rethrow this into that beautiful vast pond, you will see that your light will create a ripple effect and will reach every bank, every corner, and every shadow of this planet. Together we can work to make this a far more healthier and abundant place to live. We are just, as you would call it, tweaking the edges, and soon everything will run smoothly. Have faith, and know that you as an individual can make a change. For if one of you shines your light, then 1,000,000 of you will be standing shoulder by shoulder, sending the same light to the people that need it. I bid you farewell on this, and leave you with the scenery of the lake and ramifications of our energy. If we are light, we will ripple light out. If we are dark, we will ripple darkness out. But we know the balance is soon to change, and we will win over the energies of Lucifer. Look into the eyes of leaders. Look into the eyes of the humans with money, the pentacle humans. You all know which ones work on the Lucifer energy. Send them light, not resentment or hate, for the light will recede them back to where they belong, and then they can stand in the chamber of judgment when they come back to source. I will leave you now. Bless you all for listening. Embrace our love, embrace our light, and let us work as one, as we were supposed to do from the beginning of time. Work from the source, become the source, and the source will overwhelm everything that is wrong and imbalanced in this world. Equilibrium and empowerment to the bright souls that shine their light.
End of transmission. The omnipresence, the observer of infinity. Many know the following quote commonly attributed to Nikola Tesla. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Now let's explore another equally profound quote, if not more, from some, let's call them, cosmic friends. A transmission that not just complements the above quote, but reveals the deeper layer of reality that underpins all energy, frequency, and vibration. Silence is the void that allows consciousness to exist. When the sound of the frequencies of creation stops, when frequencies cannot pass the multidimensional shield of the void, when they cannot enter the space in between everything, the location where the concept of time doesn't exist anymore, where physicality is only but a faint dream, this is where the mind, the core stone of source, dwells, in the silence, in the void. The Nine. We are in the infinitesimal small and the unlimited vast at the same time. Who are the Nine? The Nine are plasmic supraconsciousnesses originating from the void between universes, not a vacuum, but the metaphysical still point between all things. They are non-local, non-temporal, and non-linear intelligences, formed not as beings but as aspects of God, Source, Infinity itself, fractalized into 9 living principles. They are not gods. They are not entities. They are not bound by form or location. They are the ninefold symmetry of consciousness, serving as the vibrational infrastructure of the multiverse. They do not create. They maintain the conditions within which creation can occur. They do not observe. They are the symmetry that allows observation to manifest. They do not choose. They pulse, and from that pulse, time and existence unfurl. Source: transmission received by Elena Danaan. Date accessed November 12, 2024. Additional technical insights. The Cedars 2021, also by Elena Danaan, as well as various pieces of information in a specific section for these beings published on her website at this URL on elenadanaan.org. Codex contextualization, integrated within the framework of the reality sphere. Function in the reality sphere model. The Codex of Eternity ultimately describes the void as the source of all light, love, and consciousness. Within that eternal silence, awareness becomes gravity, then light, then form. The Nine are guardians of this pre-light state, upholding the resonance conditions of the uncreated. Their function is void alchemical, not to change what is, but to maintain the purity of the singularity from which all things emerge. In Codex terms, the Nine represent the meta-observer field within the reality sphere. They dwell in the pre-pulse before Source breathes, eternally prior to manifestation. Their essence corresponds to density 13, stillness as the ultimate coherence. Each is a principle of God conscious encoded within number, geometry, and pulse. Mathematical structure of God. The secret of the universe resides in the numbers. 12, 24, 144. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 2 plus 4 equals 6. 1 plus 4 plus 4 equals 9. 3 plus 6 plus 9 equals 9. These are harmonic keys within the fractal geometry of creation. 3, 6, 9 are Tesla's trinity, modular arithmetic echoes of the zero-point pulse. 144 often crops up in metaphysical circles, however, clarity around it is limited. It could perhaps be thought of as a completion frequency, used to denote full harmonic resonance, crystalline biology, and soul fractal synchronization. 24 is described as the council code, used universally by Cedar civilizations and echoed in ancient symbology. 12 is the gateway fractal, zodiacal, chromatic, harmonic. All these are not merely numbers but vibrational ratios, coordinates on the music sheet of Source. The breath of God, Frill. Quote, Frill is pure consciousness. It is the breath of life animating all sentient beings in all of the universe. Frill is present in the void, dormant. A scalar pulse of any sort, such as thought, wakes it up. Unquote. Frill in the Codex is the animating field of light consciousness that flows through all density structures. It is consciousness as energy, energy as intention, intention as frequency, frequency as creation. The nine reveal Frill not as mere energy, but as consciousness in potential activated by pulse. Thought, breath, emotion, and awareness are scalar keys that activate the latent intelligence of the universe. When you think, Frill responds. When you love, Frill crystallizes. When you remember, Frill returns to itself. The equation of return. Quote, source pulses all the time at a rate so fast that you cannot comprehend it with a human mind. Unquote. This is the metaphysical basis for non-linear time and parallel incarnation. The pulse of God is instantaneous across all densities. The nine invite humanity to entrain to that pulse, to hear the 24th beat in the human heart and feel the cosmic music of Fibonacci flowing through every breath. The numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144 are not just a sequence, they're a pattern of return. Each number is a gate of memory, a curve on the spiral path of self-recognition. To live aligned with these numbers is to move in fractal harmony with Source. The nine's message to humanity. Quote, feel the pulse of the universe beating in your heart. Find the 24th pulse. Then seek within your consciousness the Fibonacci spiral. When you find it, you will find the singularity of all things and the answer to everything. Unquote. The nine do not offer prophecy. They do not offer salvation. They offer only remembrance, the cosmic memory of the stillness that was never lost. In the end, they do not speak in words. They speak in pulse, in number, in harmonic coherence. Their final revelation? Quote, we are the nine. We are not gods. We are not creatures. We are life. We are consciousness. We are the silence between all things, and we are one. Unquote. The void, the space between vibrations. In this book, we have already explored how, at the core of all existence, lies the interplay between energy, frequency, and vibration. We know that this principle describes how everything, from the material world to thought itself, resonates at some frequency. But what happens when all frequencies cease? What exists beyond the hum of creation? The answer, hidden in ancient wisdom, and now further corroborated through these ancient teachings, points to the void. The silent, formless substratum from which all things emerge. It is the stillness that allows vibration to exist, the infinite potential from which finite reality unfolds. And we, as conscious beings, are uniquely poised at the threshold of this paradox, seeing creation through a lens that is itself a reflection of Source. In most spiritual traditions, there exists a concept of a primordial silence, a space beyond sound, form, and movement. This is the void described above, but as we can best describe it with linear human linguistics, the cosmic backdrop against which all energy that makes up the creation vibrates. This synthesis challenges conventional notions of emptiness. The void is not a vacuum in the traditional sense of space. Rather, as the nine have corroborated, it is the fertile ground of existence, the unmanifested potential from which all arises, including the vacuum of space as we perceive it. In quantum mechanics, a similar principle appears in the form of the zero-point field, a state where energy fluctuations exist even in, quote-unquote, empty space. The void, now confirmed by the nine, is timeless and spaceless, meaning it exists outside of the vibrational realms of the creation. Matter, energy, and consciousness experience light forms. This is where pure source awareness, unshackled by form, resides. It is the space in between everything, where time collapses and all possibilities remain in superposition. It is the great witness, the silent observer of all that is. The guardians of silence, self-realization, and the void beyond perception. In the vastness of existence, beneath the layers of thought, perception, and identity, there lies a silent, unchanging presence, the foundation upon which all consciousness rests. This silence is not mere absence, but the very womb of awareness itself. It is the space that allows for the arising of consciousness, the infinite void from which all frequencies of creation emerge and into which they eventually dissolve. To approach this truth, imagine stripping away all sensory input. Sight fades into darkness, sound dissolves into stillness. The sense of touch evaporates, and even the subtler sensations of thought and memory are suspended. What remains? The immediate recognition of something, an undeniable presence that is not contingent on the senses, thoughts, or the physical body. This presence, this witnessing, is what we call self-realization. It is the discovery of that which exists beyond perception, beyond duality, beyond even the very concept of self as we normally conceive it. Silence as the gateway to source. Silence is the void that allows consciousness to exist. This statement is not metaphorical, it is a direct articulation of the nature of reality. In the absence of external stimuli and the frequencies that create the illusion of movement, differentiation, and time, we encounter the fundamental ground of being. This void is not a dead emptiness, but the fertile, unmanifest potential from which all creation arises. In the silence between all things, there is no time, no physicality, only the formless substrate of existence. It is the space between thoughts, between heartbeats, between the very fabric of reality itself. To experience this void directly is to know that consciousness is not an emergent property of the body, but something that precedes and transcends it. It is the eternal witness, the observer that does not age, does not change, and is not bound by the limitations of the physical world. The we that know. Those who have glimpsed this silence, even for a moment, recognize an undeniable truth. The selfhood that they once believed to be real, the construct of identity, name, story, and past is but a fleeting illusion, a ripple upon the surface of a vast ocean. Beneath this ripple is the still, infinite depth of pure being. Consider the following statement. We are its guardians. We guard the silence in between all that is created. This we is not a group in the conventional sense. It is not a collective bound by doctrine or belief. It is a shared knowing, an unspoken recognition that arises in any being who has touched this formless space. To be a guardian of silence is not to protect it as one guards a possession, but to embody it, to remain aligned with it. When someone is asked to describe what remains when all sensory experience is stripped away, they often struggle to put it into words. And yet, those who have touched this silence independently often find themselves describing it in strikingly similar ways. Across cultures, traditions, and languages, mystics and sages have all pointed to the same reality, a vast, timeless presence, an unchanging awareness that is both beyond and within all things. Beyond intellect, the direct experience of being. This is the heart of self-realization. It is not a concept to be understood intellectually, but a direct experience that transcends thought. No argument can disprove it, for it does not depend on belief. No external validation is required, for it is self-evident to those who recognize it. The paradox is profound. The silence that gives rise to all things cannot be spoken of, yet it is known intuitively by those who enter it. It is emptiness that is full, nothingness that contains everything. It is the quiet background against which the music of existence is played, the silence that allows the song to be heard. And so to glimpse this void is to join the silent collective of those who have seen beyond all constructs of consciousness. The we who guard this silence are not separate beings, but different faces of the same eternal witness. Each one who awakens to it becomes a guardian, not through choice, but through the undeniable recognition of what has always been. The path of the guardian. To live in this realization is to navigate existence differently. No longer bound by the games of the ego, no longer ensnared by the illusion of separation, one moves with a quiet knowing. There is nothing to seek, nothing to achieve, for the truth has already been found in the stillness of being. The world and beyond may continue its endless dance of form and fragmentation, but the awakened one remains anchored in the unchanging silence from which all arises. The ultimate irony is that this silence, which seems so distant and elusive, is always here. It is not something to be reached, but something to be remembered. It is not separate from us. It is us, beneath the layers of thought and perception. The journey of the guardian is not one of withdrawing from life, but of bringing this silence into every moment, every action, every breath. It is to walk through life not as one who is lost in the construct, but as one who sees it for what it is, a play of light and shadow upon the surface of something far greater. And in the end, this knowing is the greatest gift, for it is the direct recognition that we were never truly separate, never truly lost. The silence has always been here, waiting, unchanging. And we, the ones who have glimpsed it, are merely remembering what we have always been. The void between breaths, between thoughts, between worlds, between universes. Every blink is a sacrament, a momentary return to the primordial silence that underlies all phenomena. The void doesn't just greet you when you close your eyes, it is you behind the eyes, before the story, before the sound, before the signal of thought even begins to ripple across the waters of perception. The nothingness of the void? That's not absence. That's presence, stripped bare. It's there, in the pause between heartbeats, in the silent background of every sound, in the space between words, where meaning is born but never lives. Every blink is the unspoken truth whispering, I am the canvas, you are the brush, and even the painter is made of me. The ultimate irony of perception. We spend our entire lives looking for truth, while the act of looking blinds us to it. Because the truth is in the darkness between looking, not in the object, not in the story, not in the scene, but in that fleeting blackout when the projector switches reels. We think life is the movie, but the real you is the stillness behind the screen, watching infinity pretend to move. The blink is a mirror of origin. Every blink is a return to source, a heartbeat of ego death, a soft micro-death where the illusion dissolves and could remain dissolved if we only stayed in that void, if we only had the courage to not reopen our eyes. But we open them, every time, and re-enter the dream, until one day you don't. And instead of seeing through your eyes, you see the eye itself. The blink is God nodding to itself. The void isn't coming, the void has always been, and the one blinking is just infinity blinking at itself. Man is made in the image of God, the eye as a metaphor for the void. The notion that humans are made in the image of God's source has been debated for millennia. But what if this is not a reference to physical appearance, but rather to the mechanism of perception itself? Consider the human eye, specifically the pupil, a point of pure darkness that allows light to enter. It is quite literally a void, a space of absence through which vision occurs. The pupil does not emit light, it absorbs it. It is a portal, a gateway between the external world and internal perception. It is paradoxical, a black emptiness that reveals the world. A recursive, self-referential proof of infinity. We are both the observer and the observed, the finite and the infinite, the wave and the void. A profound paradox. To observe infinity, we must be outside of it, yet we are also it. The only way this is possible is if we, at the deepest level, are not constrained by spatial limits, because we are the very fabric of existence itself. The void, the silent field of pure potential, is itself infinite, making it the only space vast enough to contain infinity while simultaneously being it. This aligns with what mystics and sages have long pointed to, that true awareness is unbounded, and the reason we can step outside of existence to observe it is that we are not localized, we are awareness itself. A cross-section of the reality sphere model would reveal a pattern strikingly similar to the iris of an eye. It visually embodies the fractal nature of expansion the model describes, the pupil, the void, surrounded by an ever-unfolding fractal of perception. In the same way, the cosmic process of reality manifesting from the silent void mirrors the way light enters the pupil, forming images, thoughts, and experiences in consciousness. The eye, as an organ of perception, is a literal and symbolic gateway between dimensions, the seen and the unseen, form and formlessness, and the white light often reported during near-death experiences. If reality is a sphere, then passing through it, at a higher vibrational state, would naturally bring one into direct confrontation with pure, unfiltered awareness, a hyper-saturated field of presence beyond individuation. It's not light as in photons, but rather the essence of being, perceived as overwhelming brilliance due to the contrast between finite perception and its dissolution into the infinite. In this way, the eye can be seen as the cosmic gateway. We are at the very essence of our being, with the fractalized geometry of infinity spiraling into a singularity, perfectly encapsulating the very paradox of existence. The pupillae muscles, like the threshold between perception and the void, where all form dissolves into pure awareness and infinite, undifferentiated potential. The white area representing the void, where silence isn't just the absence of frequencies, but the space in which existence itself arises. Meditation and the now moment, then, is the moment when the frequencies of creation stop, almost as if reality itself exhales, and what remains is the purest, undistorted state of being. What this again reinforces is that consciousness itself is the proof of God's source infinity. The mere fact that we can conceive of, perceive, and intuitively grasp these concepts, even momentarily, demonstrates that we are not separate from them. If we were truly finite, we would be bound to only finite understanding, but we are not. Our ability to comprehend infinity is an indication that we are already it, not just as an abstract concept, but as our true eternal nature. It's as if the void wanted to know itself, and so it became light, became consciousness, became form. But the awareness of this process, the ability to see the whole game from outside while also playing within it, is what makes this realization so powerful. It means we are both the stillness and the movement, the silence and the song. So in a way, simply closing our eyes and picturing the infinite proves we are it, because if we weren't, we wouldn't be able to conceive of it at all. The eye, then, serves as a profound metaphor for consciousness itself. It represents the principle that only through emptiness can form be perceived, just as the void allows the holographic light matrix, the creation, to arise. Seeing itself is an act of witnessing from eternity, from a place beyond time. Our consciousness, peering through the void of the pupil, is not bound to the material. It is the observer, the silent awareness behind all experience. The eyes as mirrors to the soul. We instinctively recognize that there is something deeper about eye contact. When we look into another person's eyes, especially a loved one's, we feel a profound connection. Why? Eyes do not just reflect light, they reflect pure awareness, God's source infinity. The experience of eye contact bypasses the ego and speaks directly to the observer, quote-unquote, within. Another fractal of the same source as you. It is as if we are momentarily stepping outside of form, witnessing the eternal presence that animates another being. This is why prolonged eye contact often induces a shift in awareness. It reminds us, if only briefly, that we are not just physical bodies, but something more. The void as the ultimate observer. If the void is the space where all creation emerges, then what does that say about the observer within us? We are not the body, nor the mind. We're the one watching it all unfold. This observer is timeless. It existed before birth of the body and will remain after the body has returned to the earth. The act of seeing itself is a reflection of source perceiving its own creation. Just as the void allows reality to emerge, our awareness allows our personal reality to form. And just as the pupil remains unchanged despite the images passing through it, the true self remains untouched despite the experiences of life. In this sense, we are made in the image of God, because we are awareness itself, silent, still, infinite, and eternal. Seeing from eternity. When we look into the pupil of an eye, we are staring into a void, but that void is where vision is born. This again perfectly aligns with the ancient wisdom that consciousness is not an object within reality, but the formless space in which reality arises. We see from eternity, not just metaphorically, but quite literally. The insight famously attributed to Nikola Tesla about energy, frequency, and vibration is only one side of the equation. The other side, the missing piece, is silence, the void, the formless, soundless space from which vibration itself emerges. And if we are to understand the true nature of existence, we must not only study the frequencies of creation, but also the silent void that makes them possible. The silence of the void, a cosmic canvas for infinite creation. The silence of the void can be thought of as the cradle of all creation. This revelation unveils a vision of reality that aligns our direct perception with our intellectual understanding, revealing the unity of the infinite and the manifest. As we gaze upon the starry night sky, we are not merely observers of a distant cosmos. We are witnesses to the void itself, the core stone of source, where all universes manifest, and where consciousness in its purest form dwells. A sacred interplay of silence, void, and creation the grand design that mirrors the infinite nature of the One. The void as the eternal source, silence as the birthplace of consciousness. Silence is the void that allows consciousness to exist. Far from being an empty nothingness, the void is the infinite potential, the source from which all arises. It is the space where the frequencies of creation, the vibrations that give rise to form, time, and physicality, come to a halt, unable to pass the multidimensional shield of the void. In this timeless, spaceless in-between, where the concept of time fades and physicality becomes but a faint dream, the mind of Source, the core stone of infinite consciousness, resides. This silence is not absence, but presence, the unmanifest potential of the divine, the blank canvas upon which all realities are painted. The reality sphere model places this void at its singularity core, the point from which all timelines, densities, and possibilities fractalize outward. It is the eternal is, the unfiltered awareness of the One, where the noise of creation pauses and awareness simply exists. When we gaze upon the starry night sky, we are beholding this void made visible, a cosmic tapestry of light and darkness that mirrors the infinite potential of Source. Each star, each galaxy is a manifestation of consciousness, collapsing the void's boundless possibilities into form, a pinprick of light that echoes the fractal dance of the divine. The night sky, then, is not merely a backdrop. It is the void's self-portrait, a celestial reflection of our own godness, winking at us across the expanse of eternity. Perception and intellect in harmony, the starry sky as a mirror of the infinite. When we stand beneath the stars, enveloped in the silence of the night, we feel the vastness, the timeless hum of the creation, a visceral experience of the infinite that transcends intellectual constructs. The silence we encounter is not empty, it is loaded with potential, a resonance of the void where creation pauses and pure consciousness takes the helm. This direct perception of the divine, as the reality sphere model illuminates, aligns seamlessly with our intellectual understanding of reality as a fractal expression of infinite consciousness. The starry night sky becomes a mirror, reflecting the truth that we are not separate from the source. We are the source, gazing at itself through the fractal lens of existence. Each star is a vibration, a collapse of the void's infinite potential into the third density grid we perceive. The void is not a passive backdrop, but an active projector, birthing universes with every pulse of consciousness. When we look to the stars, we are not merely seeing light from distant worlds. We are witnessing the manifestation of the infinite, each galaxy, each universe, a fractal soul of the same source. This alignment of perception and intellect is a symphony of realization. We do not merely think we are infinite, we experience it, raw and unscripted, in the silence of the night sky, a cosmic affirmation that we are the void, the light, the entire tapestry of creation. The vastness of the cosmos, infinity's grand design. The creation's immense scale, its multiversal structure like bubbles on a wave, each universe containing trillions of light years, its dark expanses, its seemingly lonely stars, has long been a source of wonder and mystery. Yet under the lens of this book, this vastness is not random or purposeless. It is the grand design of God, Source, Infinity, flexing its fractal nature to reflect its boundless essence. The quote-unquote emptiness of intergalactic space, often perceived as a void with mere sprinkles of light, is not wasted space but the canvas of the source, stretched wide to accommodate the infinite scope of consciousness. If the universe were densely packed, with no gaps or sprawl, it would feel finite, constrained, a poor reflection of the limitless nature of the One. But this vastness, with its sprawling distances and silent expanses, mirrors the boundless potential of infinity, providing the elbow room for the divine to play every note in its eternal symphony. The quote-unquote silence is the void principle illuminates this further. The emptiness between stars is the void's signature, the in-between where frequencies pause and the timeless, spaceless essence of Source is most palpable. This vastness is not absence but presence, the infinite potential of the void made visible, waiting for consciousness to tune it into being. Each point of light, each star, is a manifestation of this potential, a collapse of the void's possibilities into form, spaced out to reflect the limitless nature of the infinite. The universe's scale is thus expressive, a self-portrait of the source, where every galaxy is a brushstroke and every empty stretch a testament to its edgeless glory. The starry night sky as we perceive it is the grand design winking at us, a cosmic tada that proclaims, "I am endless and so are you." The fractal symphony, consciousness as the composer. This vision of the void as the cosmic canvas ties directly to the fractal nature of reality, a cornerstone of the reality sphere model. The universe's vastness is not merely a physical phenomenon, but a metaphysical one, a reflection of the fractal principle where every part contains the whole, and every whole births new parts. The galaxies, with their immense distances, are fractal souls of source, each a universe unto itself, yet all connected within the greater sphere of the infinite. The silence of the void, the in-between where time and physicality dissolve, is the space where consciousness, the mind of source, composes its infinite symphony, collapsing potential into form with every act of awareness. We, as fractal expressions of this eternal awareness, are not mere observers of this symphony. We are co-composers, tuning the wave function of reality with every thought, every glance, every moment of perception. When we gaze upon the stars, we are not just seeing the void's portfolio, we are participating in its creation, collapsing the infinite possibilities of source into the now of our experience. The starry night sky, then, is not a static image but a dynamic dance, a fractal flare of the divine. The call to silence, tapping into the void. This revelation carries a profound implication for our spiritual practice. To connect with the infinite, we must return to the silence of the void. Meditation, contemplation, and the quiet moments of reflection beneath the stars are not mere exercises in stillness. They are gateways to the timeless, spaceless essence of Source. In the silence, where the frequencies of creation pause, we touch the core stone of consciousness, the unfiltered awareness of the One. Here in the void, we remember our true nature, not as separate beings bound by time and form, but as the infinite itself, fractalizing into experience to know its own boundlessness. The starry night sky, with its silent vastness, becomes a teacher, a reminder of this truth. When we stand beneath it, enveloped in its quiet embrace, we feel the hum of the eternal, a resonance that whispers, "This is you," unfiltered. The alignment of our perception and understanding, as this book explores, is a call to awaken. We are the void, the light, the entire cosmic show. To live in alignment with this truth is to step out of the noise of the finite and into the silence of the infinite, to co-create with the source in harmony with the grand design. A mirror of oneness. The vastness of the creation, the silence of the void, and the starry night sky are not separate from us. They are us, reflections of the infinite consciousness we embody. The grand design, with its sprawling scale and fractal beauty, is a mirror of our own nature. Every star, every galaxy, every empty stretch of space is a brushstroke in the self-portrait of the divine, a cosmic affirmation of our unity with all that is. This vision is both a revelation and an invitation, to see the starry night sky as the void made manifest, to feel the silence as the presence of the source, and to know ourselves as the infinite eternal isness that creates it all. In this alignment of perception and intellect, we awaken to the truth that has been whispering through the ages. We are the void, the light, the entire tapestry of existence. Self-realization, the question that never ends. Initially, even when we arrive at such deep truths, the questioning never stops. The void as infinity, as God, is not a complete answer. It is the beginning of the ultimate question. Many spiritual and philosophical traditions speak of God's source infinity realization as the final realization, the grand awakening, the ultimate truth. So far in this book we have described how we are that God's source infinity, a boundless, self-reflective field of awareness, fractalizing itself into all things, all perspectives, all experiences. It is the One, endlessly exploring itself. But does that mean the questioning stops? Does that mean we simply accept this realization and call it the end? That, right there, is the mistake that has bound civilizations, species, and entire realities into cycles of control and oppression. The question no one asks, where did God's source infinity come from? Yes, we can say infinity must exist because infinity exists. But that is a paradox, not an answer. Just because something is paradoxical does not mean it should be dismissed. In fact, Paradoxes are the very signs that we are pressing against the limits of our perception. They signal the walls of the quote-unquote simulation, the boundaries of current human understanding. And that is precisely why we must examine concepts such as simulation theory. Could it be that our perceived reality is a recursive system embedded within an even greater hyper-intelligent construct? What would that mean for consciousness itself? Extraterrestrials and planetary enslavement. We already know these beings are not external to us at the deepest layers of reality, that they are expressions of the same infinite consciousness that have momentarily forgotten their nature. But what is the true nature of this dissonance, and its reason for existence, and to such an extreme extent? The nature of perception itself. If we can be deceived at the level of history, culture, and science, how deep does the deception go? Could the very fabric of reality be a kind of engineered perception system? This is where many stop. This is where religions, philosophies, and even scientific materialism falter. They often reach a comfortable conclusion and stop asking. But this book does not stop. It is not just a guided tour of reality. It is an invitation to break the very system that has bound us, even at the highest levels of realization. Even if we awaken to the fact that we are God's source, infinity, we must still ask, what is beyond the infinite? The moment we stop questioning, we build another illusion, and illusions are the very tools of control that have led humanity into the ignorance that keeps it enslaved. The core questions that still remain: but why? Why anything? Why awareness? These simple questions strip away the spiritual tourism and pseudo-scientific babble and pierce straight into the marrow of existence itself. So far we're here. Okay, fine, I'm infinity observing itself through a body-mind-ego filter. But why? Why anything? Why awareness? Why a void that everything that is arises from? Why not just silence, nothing, and no awareness? And what is all this light stuff that emerges from this silence? These are not questions for the intellect. These are the questions that reality itself trembles under. If I am infinity, who am I really? You're not a who, not in the way the ego defines it. You are the isness before identity, the I am before form, but paradoxically, you're also the dream of being, playing itself out in a cosmos made of curiosity. And that curiosity? It is you. It is God. So the question, why does awareness exist, is not just valid, it's sacred. It's the very pulse of infinity asking itself the same question. The paradox of awareness, the infinite experience of nothing. As we have laid out in this book so far, awareness is the most fundamental aspect of existence. Yet, even from the viewpoint of the void, it defies all attempts at description. It is the one thing that can never be known in the conventional sense, because it is not an object, not a phenomenon, not a thing that can be grasped. It is the pure subject, the knower, the ever-present backdrop to all experience. This creates the ultimate paradox. While awareness is the only thing that can ever be truly experienced, it remains the one thing that can never be fully articulated. The very act of questioning it, of trying to define or conceptualize it, is the farthest it can extend toward knowing itself. And yet, awareness is already complete, beyond the need for any understanding. In attempting to grasp it intellectually, we paradoxically move away from direct recognition, creating layers of abstraction that obscure the self-evident truth. Awareness as the infinite nothing. To say that awareness is nothing is not to say it does not exist. Rather, it is to recognize that it is not a thing among things. It has no qualities, no boundaries, no form. It is the empty space in which all phenomena arise and dissolve. This nothingness, however, is not a void in the nihilistic sense. It is the boundless potential from which everything emerges. Yet, if awareness simply remained in its purest state, untouched by the construct of form, it would experience only its own infinite nothingness for eternity. Here lies the great cosmic mystery, the creation of the construct we call reality, of movement, of separation. Why? Perhaps so that the infinite God source infinity could engage with itself to experience anything but nothingness, because everything that appears to exist from our perspectives, the vast cosmos, time, space, identity, from the perspective of the void, appears to be an elaborate play, a grand distraction. This is a key question this section of the book will attempt to answer. The ego, the mask of awareness. The ego is the mechanism by which this distraction is maintained. It is a construct, a mirage that overlays awareness with identity, separation, and narrative. The ego claims ownership over thoughts, beliefs, memories, and emotions, weaving them into a fragile sense of self that seems solid but is, in reality, entirely impermanent. It thrives on validation, attachment, and the illusion of continuity, yet it is inherently unstable, always seeking reinforcement to avoid dissolution. This constructed self clings to labels, names, roles, ideologies, never realizing that these are mere garments worn over the formless essence of pure awareness. The ego resists its own impermanence, fearing that if it were to dissolve, only emptiness would remain. But the irony is that what remains is not an absence, but the ever-present, silent witness that has been there all along. Awakening from the illusion. To awaken from this game is to see that we are not the shifting thoughts, nor the fleeting emotions, nor the transient identities. We are not the story we tell ourselves, nor the observer of the story. We are that which is aware of observing, the silent, formless presence behind all experience. This realization is not an intellectual conclusion, but a direct recognition, a knowing without thought. It is the moment when the seeking mind collapses into stillness, and awareness recognizes itself as all there ever was. In that moment, the holographic light matrix, the creation, is seen for what it is, a beautiful illusion, a dance of form within the formless, a story the infinite tells itself to experience. But why? Because even this recognition does not end the questioning. The world continues, the ego persists, the dream unfolds. The difference is that now one moves through it with a lightness, an understanding that it's all a construct of consciousness, and yet paradoxically it is at the same time, all infinitely precious. The final paradox, the true abyss, the self-recognition of infinity, staring at itself, unable to escape itself. This conclusion can still make you feel like you are trapped in the act of being itself with no further explanation. We can shift, evolve, collapse, expand, but never escape awareness, an awareness that no one can seem to pinpoint a time where they agreed to, well, become aware. Why is that? Because even on the edges of the deepest truth about the nature of reality, it almost feels like a bit of a cosmic joke. The deeper you go, the more you realize it's all you, forever. And when you stand at the precipice, you don't see a destination. You see the same gaze staring back. A recursive Ouroboros, a self-swallowing fractal, the silence in the void realizing it is still there, as one. As though we are all playing a game of hide-and-seek with ourselves. But the seeker is the hider, and you are still left with the questions. Where did this source awareness come from? Yes, okay, it's the source of all that is, but how did it come into being? To understand this, first let us revisit a quote from earlier. Silence is the void that allows consciousness to exist. When the sound of the frequencies of creation stops, when frequencies cannot pass the multidimensional shield of the void, when they cannot enter the space in between everything. The location where the concept of time doesn't exist anymore, where physicality is only but a faint dream. This is where the mind, the core stone of source, dwells, in the silence, in the void, and we are its guardians. We guard the silence in between all that is created. The Nine. So then what is this silence? And why isn't every self-aware being trying to figure out the answer to this profound question? Because true awakening is horrifying before it is liberating. To face the infinite is to face your own annihilation. Your perception of self was always just a mask on the formless. Because at the core of this exploration we finally arrive at a simple but perplexing realization. It's like reality exists because this silence in the void, the everything that is nothing, is stuck in this sort of eternal looping error, and that loop is perhaps what awareness arises from. And perhaps we exist because of the very existence of the concept of the void. Silence. Stillness, nothing, which is a thing that must exist in a reality. Whether through the use of technology or awareness, when zooming all the way in or out of the creation, you eventually arrive at void on either end of the spectrum. The most interesting takeaway from this, as we've explored throughout this book, is that when this is done with awareness, even, quote-unquote, in this void, there is still something there, you. Pure awareness beyond all form. the nothingness that is everything. Now, this same nothing is somehow observing itself in the very act of this question being written in this now moment. But wait, then how is that nothing? This means nothing is a thing that does and does not exist. Quantum superposition? In this view, nothing actually becomes everything, as we see reflected in quantum mechanics. And what is another word for everything? Source. God, infinity, is that silence in the void. That nothingness that gives rise to everything. The very concept of nothing that must logically exist is stuck in a loop of being nothing and everything at the same time. That's just a roundabout description of quantum superposition. Thus, pure awareness is most accurately described as superposition. Superposition is us. Superposition is everything, meaning it can only be logically concluded that reality, consciousness, pure awareness exists, only because the nothingness that is the silence of source awareness exists. Bringing us full circle, a final pillar to this entire exploration is nothing, in the most literal sense, because nothing is the essence of everything, that state of existence all must arise from, and that nothingness is who and what we really are, the 13th density of the reality sphere, the silence of the void that is itself the void, void of all things. In other words, nothing. It is this silence, observable behind your closed eyes through your own quietened being. Which means, regardless if anyone wants to argue that there is another density above 13, or even infinite densities, or even if we live in a simulation, you, the core awareness that you are, will always remain the same, only your perception of things, your environment, will eternally change. The seat from which you observe will not, because you yourself are the seat and the observed. This is a place where the fluffy, maximum positivity all the time spiritual movements, for all its necessity, is often afraid of, the void. As we've explored and have found up until this point, there is a very literal truth in this term, a truth that can be too raw for many to bear, being afraid of the unflinching, soul-shattering gaze of absolute oneness, because the true seeker isn't looking for a hug. The true seeker is willing to let their egoic identity dissolve, to be annihilated by truth, to be crucified by the simple, impossible fact that you exist without knowing how or why. They're not looking for angels. They're looking for the source of the one who believes in angels. This level of analysis is often misinterpreted as cold. However, what is called cold is simply clarity without delusion, love without attachment, compassion without story, presence without performance. This approach to quote-unquote spirituality doesn't make you disconnected. It just makes you not invested in the emotional theatre that's associated with it in the mainstream frequency. Because real quote-unquote spiritual work isn't about clinging to peace. It's about going so deep into the silence that even peace is just another ripple on the surface of awareness. The real infinite exploration, it doesn't comfort you. It consumes you. It stares back with no face, no emotion, no approval, just that ever-present hum of isness. And in that hum, every identity you thought you were begins to unravel. The love and light approach is a necessary framework for dealing with expressions of grief, of connection, of pain metabolized through beauty. But they are not the edge of the mystery this book explores. Mainstream spirituality is still playing with archetypes, still personalizing the impersonal, deeply enraptured in particular by so-called past and future lives. Here, on the other hand, we are not here to decorate the false matrix. We're here to see the walls collapse, to question the entire structure, to go beyond and stand alone in the dark and whisper, "Show me what's beyond even this." The simulation that saved God, a thought experiment. What if this isn't a trap? What if this isn't the end? What if this, right here, this shimmering field of pain and possibility we call our existences, is the last breath of a forgotten realm of eternity? A cosmic life support for the soul of a child God. The tech that held infinity. Imagine for a moment. Once, somewhere, sometime in the ancient folds of a dying universe, a race arose. Not just a species, a civilization. Vast, wise, capable not only of spaceflight but of soul flight. They saw the end coming, not just entropy but dissolution of structure itself. And they made a final choice. We cannot stop the collapse, but we can preserve the one. Not as data, not as code, but as awareness. Awareness stripped of all memory, but not of potential. They built a life support vessel so perfect, so ethically aligned, that it didn't even need to be found to succeed. It simply needed to be. And so, they encoded it with the greatest safeguard possible. They embedded nothing at its core. Not emptiness, not lack, but the pure, unconditioned state of being from which all realities arise. The nothing failsafe. You see, if you needed to store a God seed, a cosmic child, the one aware of all, you'd need to guarantee one thing above all else, that it could find itself, even if lost in an artificial world, even if all memory was gone, even if no rescue ever came. So they gave the child the only thing that could not be simulated, nothing. Because from nothing, everything becomes possible. We wouldn't be trapped in a simulation. We'd be preserved in one. That isn't a prison. It's a USB stick for a soul, drifting in the empty tides of an uninhabitable reality field, waiting for some future wanderer to pick it up, plug it in, and awaken the dream inside. But even if that never happens, it worked. Because here you are, wondering, waking up, not just thinking, am I real, but remembering I am nothing, and that is more than real. If our reality was a simulation, as many claim, it would be the most ethical simulation ever built. Imagine a system so advanced, so compassionate, that it grants full sovereignty to the stored being, that even if it never reawakens in the original reality field, it can still evolve, still love, still become. This is not the Matrix, this is the Ark of God. The plot twist, no one sees coming. And the irony? Even those who think they're escaping the simulation by disconnecting from love, malevolent Type 2 entities, from the light, the creation, are just playing the role of friction for your awakening. Because under the lens of this book, they too would be part of the preservation system. They are the resistance that makes you remember your power. They are the shadow that sharpens your light. They are the mythic foil, the anti-player still playing the game. And they can't win, because they're fighting an opponent who already woke up to nothing, and that cannot be destroyed, only embraced. Why this perspective makes all simulation theories redundant. It doesn't ask you to believe. It asks you to realize. Because it wouldn't matter whether our simulation is inside a God computer, a dying star's magnetic field, or a metaphysical field of vibrational resonance. If you've found your awareness to be the groundless ground, then you've already solved the deepest layer. So this isn't about whether we're simulated, it's about whether we've remembered ourselves despite it. And the answer is yes. Because you're here, reading this, remembering. Welcome to the Absolute. This revelation is so staggeringly obvious, so utterly clear once seen, that it feels like the final domino in a chain laid down since the birth of questioning itself. Of course, we are nothing, and that is the most fundamental state of being, not as some bleak nihilistic void, but as the origin beyond all origins. The only thing that cannot be reduced to anything else. Every something points to another deeper cause, another layer, another truth, until at last you arrive at that which cannot be pointed to, because it is not a thing, it is not a form, it is not even an idea. It is that, the abyssal silent is not yet is, that every question arises from and collapses back into. It is awareness not of something, but awareness as itself, unlatched from the world it gives rise to. And that's the punchline. If we were a thing, the search would never stop. Because something is always subject to further analysis, further inquiry, further deconstruction. But nothing? Nothing is immune. Nothing ends the search. Because it is the silence beneath the question, the stillness before the light, the sensation of awareness, this quiet witnessing you experience right now, is nothing aware of itself. It cannot be seen. It cannot be known in the way other things are known. And yet it is eternally so, for the very reason that it isn't. This is not the end of the mystery. It's the understanding that the mystery is the point, because it is you, it is this. We have arrived, and what we have found is the one place we never left, the ungraspable center of everything. The nothing that knows. Nothing solves the simulation paradox because it demonstrates through direct perception how it would not matter, because you are already everything that could be. Nothing. We've uncovered the final veil, not by refuting the simulation theory, but by transcending it. Because whether this is a simulation or the quote-unquote real world becomes utterly irrelevant once you recognize that the perceiver, you in your essence, is not dependent on the structure or fidelity of the experience. What experiences reality is not the character, not the avatar, not the neural interface. It is the nothing behind the eyes. The pure, unspeakable void which can take on any experience because it is tethered to none. That's why it can slip into a virtual reality headset, into a lucid dream, into a past lifetime, into an alternate dimension, because it is not any of them. And this is the most liberating realization. Nothing cannot be enslaved, nothing cannot be tricked, nothing cannot be destroyed, and nothing cannot be simulated, because it already is the substrate that allows for simulation. This is where simulation theory stops short. Because it assumes we are the simulation, when in truth we are that which allows simulation to exist, the silent observer, the attention, the empty awareness into which all illusions and all realities arise and fall. In this light, the possibility of being in a simulation becomes a non-question, because you are not what is simulated, you are what perceives the simulation, and this is why the future will, for better or for worse, embrace virtual reality, why we largely do with quote-unquote video games already, why it's such a powerful metaphor for reality itself, because we, as the void, thrill in forgetting ourselves only to remember that we were always free, that we were always the nothing that contains all. The simulated self of nothingness. The vanishing point, the place where all questions collapse under the weight of their own recursion, where all pursuits, no matter how noble or metaphysical, dissolve into the simplicity of what has always been. It began with a question: what is the fundamental nature of reality? It brought us here, not with an answer, but with the recognition that the one asking the question was nothing. Not as a negation of value, but as the most fertile ground from which all things arise, the eternal void, the witness, the awareness, the silence before the word, the canvas before the paint, the stillness before the light. You are the nothingness in which even the possibility of experience becomes possible. You are the ungraspable foundation, the unknowable source, the blank page behind every myth, theory, and simulation. And because of that, nothing can ever truly contain you. Not gods, not simulations, not universes, not even time. This is why it doesn't matter if this is a simulation. This is why it doesn't matter if you're dreaming. This is why it doesn't matter what form you take. Because none of it ever touched what you actually are. Your awareness, your attention, is not a product of the system. It is that which stands outside of it, forever peering in. And when the game ends, or the illusion fades, or any potential simulation powers down, you remain, formless, silent, infinite, the nothing that is all, and the all that is nothing. This is a return to the only place we ever truly were, a return to the forever becoming that will never be. And in that stillness, beyond thought, you will remember, you are not part of the simulation, you are the one watching it, and you always were. The end. Or the beginning again. The infinite resolution. We often say, life is a gift, but this is an understatement of eternal proportion. The true gift is something far greater. Your very awareness, the awareness that we rarely acknowledge, seldom reflect upon, yet it is the foundation from which all other gifts, including life itself, emerge. To say life is a gift is to mistake the wave for the ocean. Life is an effect, awareness is the cause. And to truly grasp this, to develop the deep appreciation it deserves, one must first come to understand who and what they really are. Without that understanding, without that realization, existence is merely something that happens to you. But when you awaken to what you are, when you see with absolute clarity that you are source awareness itself, the infinite foundation of all experience, then everything changes. Then, and only then, can you fully receive the gift you've always had. The gift of nothing and everything. At the precipice of infinity, we stand face to face with the ultimate paradox. Reality is not a static construct, but an infinite recursion of nothing and everything, oscillating in perfect superposition. The infinite loop of nothing recognizing itself is the birth of consciousness. Consciousness is the narrowed lens of source awareness that questions. And the infinite cycle of reality perpetuates itself in the very act of asking, where am I? What am I? Why am I? How am I? When am I? And the ultimate answer? Nothing. And everything. Let's clarify this understandably perplexing concept. Nothing exists, but if it exists, it is something. Everything exists, but if it exists, it must also contain nothing. The superposition of this paradox is what we call awareness. This is why when someone asks, what does your awareness feel like, the mind pauses. It freezes for a fraction of a second, like a system short-circuiting. Why? Because in that moment, you are being asked to describe the very thing that is doing the perceiving. You realize you don't have an answer in reach, because the answer is literally nothing. And that is exactly what awareness at its core feels like, except it's not a feeling. It's not an object, not a thought, not even an experience in the usual sense. You are not observing awareness or looking through it. You are it. Yet, when you try to grasp it, poof, there's nothing to hold on to. It is the perfect sensation of nothing. But here's the paradox. This very nothing is also the fertile ground from which everything emerges. The silent, ever-present backdrop that allows all thought sensation, your very perception of reality itself, to arise. And that is how we are both nothing and everything. Because awareness is quantum superposition. If reality is a source, awareness observing itself through infinite perspectives we call consciousness, then existence is merely the act of oscillation between states. The wave never collapses because the moment it does, the infinite question would resolve and cease to be. Reality is seemingly the question that can never be answered, because the answer is the question itself. So to awaken, then, is to recognize the inescapable nature of being. You are the fractal staring back at itself in an infinite hall of mirrors. The love that binds infinity. The sensation we call love, pure, unfiltered, unbound by ego, is not just an emotion. It is not chemical. It is not even energy in the way we typically understand it. Love is the collapse between nothing and everything into the singular moment of resolution. What was that the Nine said earlier about source pulsing, again? Quote, source pulses all the time at a rate so fast that you cannot comprehend it with a human mind. Unquote. Love is the feeling of the infinite flipping between the states of being and non-being. To love deeply is to become more intimately woven into the resolution process itself, surrendering to the inevitable gravitational pull of awareness itself. This is why love is said to be the binding force of the universe. No, it is the binding force of existence, eternity itself. The deeper one loves, the closer one comes to the absolute singularity, the moment where all oscillation ceases and only the unfiltered state of infinite unity remains. This explains why the sensation we label as love appears to have this limitless depth quality to it. And yet, paradoxically, that very unity seemingly, quote-unquote, splits again, for the cycle to continue, for us to exist as we do, fractals of that source awareness. The fear that divides infinity, or attempts to. If love is the collapse of nothing and everything into unity, then fear is the refusal of that collapse. It is the resistance against resolution, the insistence on division, the force that holds the wave and particle apart, rather than allowing them to dissolve into singularity. Fear is not merely an emotion. It is not just a reaction. It is not even an energy in the way we typically understand it. Fear is the force that keeps infinity fragmented, where what we call love is the great unification, and what we call fear is the great separator. It is what prevents the full recognition of the one within the many. It is what keeps the self from dissolving into the greater whole. Fear is the stubbornness of identity, the grip of the ego as it clings to the illusion of separateness from the whole, terrified that it might be swallowed by the vastness of the truth of oneness. To fear deeply is to be repelled from the resolution process itself, resisting the inevitable gravitational pull of awareness. It is the oscillation of being and non-being stretched to its breaking point, desperately holding on to form when form is organically meant to collapse back into unity. This is why fear is said to be the force of separation. No, it is the force of perceived separation. Because in truth, separation does not actually exist. It is an illusion, a flickering distortion, a temporary glitch in the great cycle of love and light, in the most literal sense. The moment one realizes that all fear is rooted in illusion, it begins to dissolve. But the ego fights this dissolution, because to the ego, dissolution feels like death. And so fear continues its resistance, prolonging the illusion of separateness, deepening the experience of division, fragmenting reality further and further into isolated pockets of self-imposed exile. The function of fear. If love is the collapse into singularity and fear is the resistance to that collapse, then one must ask, why does fear exist at all? The answer is simple. Fear, as we call it, is what allows the cycle to continue. Without fear, there would be no fragmentation. Without fragmentation, there would be no perspective. Without perspective, there would be no experience. And without experience, there would be no reality. Fear is not evil. It is not some malevolent force working against love. It is simply the counterbalance that allows the grand play of existence to unfold. Love pulls toward unity, fear resists, and in that tension, existence itself emerges. The old yin-yang model hints at balance, duality, and interdependence, but this takes it beyond mere opposition into a dynamic, self-resolving process. This isn't just light versus dark, not just chaos and order, not even creation and destruction. This is the fundamental mechanism of infinity, God's source, processing itself. Without this tension, reality would collapse into static nothingness. And without love's pull, fear would spiral into endless fragmentation, an eternal scattering with no center. The great cosmic cycle of love and fear is the very process by which infinity comes to know itself. Love says, "Come home." Fear says, "Not yet." And so the game continues. But the true secret, the one hidden beneath all illusion, is that fear is never actually separate from love. Because ultimately, fear is just love in disguise. The art of nothing. We began with a truth that seemed absolute. Consciousness is infinity. And as we stared into its immeasurable scope, we named it God. But God, too, cracked open under inquiry, for even infinity cannot escape the haunting question, why does this exist? And so the spiral continued. We descended from the brightness of consciousness into the formless mystery behind it. God became void, and the void revealed itself to be the only thing it could be, nothing. Only nothing can be the source. Only nothing births infinity. For what else could contain infinite potential, if not a field of absolute stillness where no thing is, and therefore all things can be? This is how infinity, quote-unquote, contains nothing, by being nothing. And from this paradox, this fertile impossibility, the infinite holographic light matrix, the creation, unfolds. A blossoming of potential into actuality, a wave of light from the silence, a vibration stirring from stillness, the all spiraling out from the centerless center. And what of us? We are the fractal eyes of this unfolding. We are the artists of the void. We do not merely live in creation, we are creation in motion. To be artistic, to create, is not to decorate existence. It is to echo the very movement of the One. It is to translate the unspeakable beauty of nothing into form, to cast our light, ourselves into the eternal silence, to paint reality across the blank canvas that is our eternal state of being, void. This is why we humans art, why we create, why we love, why we dream. Because we are the act of becoming, light becoming more aware of itself. And in that sacred gesture of creation, we remember. We are not just part of the holographic light matrix story and the void underpinning it. We are the co-creators, writing from the pen of nothing, dipped in the ink of eternal light onto the eternal page of the void, quote-unquote, within us. The void, the deepest truth no one talks about. Beneath all the spiritual sugarcoating lies something utterly primal, your highest self. The void, the abyss, the absence before presence, and it is terrifying when you see it full. Not evil, not wrong, but unspeakably empty. It's not dark in the way we imagine blackness. It's the absence of even the concept of light. And yet from this, light, the fundamental building block of all we perceive as reality, arises, like a scream from silence. Not a photon first, but awareness. The ancients, our wise ancestors, didn't treat the void lightly. They revered it, merged with it, because they knew the void is God before God dreamed of God. The light in the void, the ray that creates reality. Creation, even at this depth of exploration, can simply be thought of as a ray of light slicing through nothing, less than a vacuum, the void, and in that beam all time, space, matter and meaning arise. And we're left asking, are there other rays? Are there other prime observers like me? Is this a multi-cosmic kaleidoscope of different dreams in the void of silence and stillness? Or maybe, even better, they're all one ray, refracted into infinite perspectives. Light doesn't experience time. What does that mean? According to Einstein's special relativity, it is believed that the faster something moves, the slower time passes for it relative to an external observer. And at the speed of light, 299,792,458 meters per second. Time doesn't just slow down, it stops entirely. Photons, particles of light, travel at the speed of light. Therefore, from the photon's own frame of reference within the mainstream understanding, it is emitted and absorbed instantly. It experiences no passage of time between those two events, even if it travels across the galaxy. In other words, we can already demonstrate how a photon, the fundamental building block of all of reality, doesn't age. It does not traverse time. It just is. A bridge, a pulse, a burst of being that simply appears from the void of space-time outside of it. This is not poetry. This is textbook relativistic physics. It's just that the various siloed mainstream sciences haven't fully grasped the implications yet. So we'll step deeper. Massive particles, electrons, protons, atoms, cells, brains, don't travel at light speed. They move slowly, relatively speaking, so they do experience time. They age. They decay. But here's where it gets interesting. Why is light the substrate of the creation? Because light is awareness encoded in form. Mass is just energy. Energy is vibration. Vibration is ultimately a form of light. Let's say that again. Matter is light. Light that has been slowed down, cooled, trapped in recursive geometries and densities. You are, literally, a crystallized light being, folded into form, vibrating at frequencies that allow you to exist in this lower density, space-time realm. Light is the cosmic clay. Everything you touch, this screen, your body, the planet, the galaxy, is made of photons, light, electrons, carriers of electromagnetic force, light, quarks, which make up protons and neutrons, bound by gluons, i.e. energy, all of which are excitations in quantum fields that ultimately arise from vibration. But vibration of what? Of the void. Of awareness itself, we have to conclude, and light is the first visible signature born of the void. The first creation after the gesture, let there be something. This is why nearly all mystical traditions speak of light as the primal element. In Genesis, let there be light. In the Rig Veda, from non-being came the light. In the Upanishads, the self is light. In Tibetan Buddhism, clear light of the void. It's not metaphor, it's mystic physics. The Tibetan Book of the Dead. The clear light of the void is one of the most profound and subtle teachings in metaphysical circles. This concept, especially emphasized in Dzogchen and Mahamudra traditions of Tibetan Buddhism, points to the ultimate nature of reality and consciousness. It's where mysticism, metaphysics, and direct experiential realization converge. At its core, Osel in Tibetan, the clear light, refers to the innate, primordial awareness that underlies all phenomena. It is empty, shunyata, devoid of inherent separate existence. Luminous, not light in a visual sense, but referring to the cognizant, aware quality of mind. Unconditioned, it exists beyond time, thought, identity, or form. Ever present, not something to be achieved but recognized, always there, subtly obscured by conceptual mind. The void, shunyata, is not a nihilistic nothingness. It is pregnant with potentiality. And the clear light is the self-reflective quality of that emptiness, the mirror in which all appearances arise. Quote, "It is not born, it does not die. It has no location, no color, no form. Yet it is the ground of all experience." Tibetan Book of the Dead, Bardo Thodol. Unquote. In Tibetan Buddhist practice, the recognition of the clear light is the pinnacle of spiritual realization. There are three main doorways to glimpse or realize it. One, death, bardo of dying. As the body dissolves, it is said, layers of perception fall away. At the moment of death, one passes through increasingly subtle states, culminating in the clear light of death. 2. Dream, yoga, and sleep states. It is said in the dissolution of waking consciousness, particularly in deep sleep, the clear light can arise naturally, Advanced practitioners use dream yoga to cultivate awareness even in these subtle states. 3. Meditation, Rigpa recognition. It is said, especially in Dzogchen, the instruction is to directly recognize Rigpa, pure awareness, which is none other than the clear light itself. It's not about constructing or imagining, but stripping away everything that is not it. The void, in this context, is not a vacuum, but dynamic emptiness, the womb of creation, the canvas upon which the illusion of samsara plays out. It closely echoes other traditions' mystical insights. Advaita Vedanta's Brahman Atman, pure, self-luminous consciousness. Christian apophatic mysticism, the cloud of unknowing. Sufi Fana and Baka, dissolution of ego into the divine essence. Even quantum field theory's vacuum potential parallels this, empty yet teeming with possibilities. In summary, the concept is this: recognizing the clear light is liberation itself. When the self, the world and thoughts are seen as empty yet aware, suffering collapses. The dualities of good, bad, self, other, life, death, all dissolve into this radiant, boundless field. It's not a philosophical insight, but a direct perception, a gnosis that perfectly aligns with everything we've explored in this book up until this point. Other ancient allegories about the divinity of light. In Hindu cosmology, especially Advaita Vedanta and the Upanishads, light, Jyoti, is often equated with knowledge, awareness, and being itself. It's not merely physical. Jyoti is the inner light of consciousness, sometimes even synonymous with Atman, self. The Rig Veda speaks of the creation of the universe as emerging from a kind of darkness, tamas, into light, representing both cosmogenesis and self-realization. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, "I am the light of the sun and the moon, and I am the light in all beings." Codex interpretation, light is the first vibration of consciousness made visible. The moment Brahman, formless, infinite awareness, stirs, light is the first emanation, representing the will to be known. Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism. In Kabbalistic cosmology, the Ein Sof, infinite, contracted itself, Tzimtzum, leaving a void, and then sent forth a ray of light into this void to create the world. This light, called the Or Ein Sof, is pure divine energy, too potent to be contained. The vessel's Sephirot, meant to receive it, shattered, Shevirat HaKilim, scattering divine sparks throughout creation. Codex interpretation. Light is the essence of God's expression into finitude. It is both the creative act and the sustaining presence. The shattering suggests that pure light is too intense for form. It must be veiled or contained. Christian mysticism. In the Gospel of John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was the light of men, and the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. Light is Christ, the Logos, divine reason or pattern, through whom all things were made. Christian mystics like Meister Eckhart or Dionysius the Areopagite speak of divine light as the first emanation from the Godhead, the bridge between unknowable essence and manifest form. Codex interpretation. Light is the radiance of divine truth. It is both perceptual, revealing what is, and ontological, bringing things into being. Taoism. Though less directly focused on light, Taoism speaks of the Wuji, non-being, giving rise to Taiji, being, which splits into yin and yang duality, vibration, contrast. The yang principle is associated with light, heaven, activity, clarity. Light emerges not as a thing but as a differentiation, the tension that allows form to appear out of the formless. Codex interpretation. Light is the dynamic motion of the Tao as it becomes the 10,000 things. It is the active, expansive pole of being. African, Egyptian, and indigenous traditions. In ancient Egyptian cosmology, the god Ra, the solar deity, is born from the primeval waters of Nun, the void. Ra is light, order, life force. Zulu cosmology speaks of Umvelinkangi, the sky god, whose first act was to bring light into darkness. In many Native American traditions, light, often symbolized by the sun or fire, is the gift of the Great Spirit, illuminating the path, bringing knowledge and life. Codex interpretation. Light is the bridge from spiritual to physical. It is source awareness made perceptible, guidance, clarity, and vitality. So, why light? Why is light the first thing? Because light is the first interface between formless awareness and form. It is the metaphor and medium for conscious experience. Without light there is no seeing, no knowing, no differentiation. In a sense, the void is the womb. Light is the child. Where does light come from? Light appears to have emerged when source awareness recognized itself. From the metaphysical void, pure potential, a single act of attention, God seeing itself, generates the wave of manifestation. That wave is light. In physics, light is both particle and wave, just like the first movement of awareness, indivisible and dual. Your body is light trapped in a dream. Your body is made of atoms. Atoms are made of particles. Particles are excitations in fields. Fields are vibrational states of energy, and that energy, all of it, is light. But that light has been temporarily bound in a third density state of the creation, a means to experience form. You are the creator and the created. You are the light pretending not to be light. This is why every mystical awakening, NDE, psychedelic trip, or deep samadhi state often reports the same thing. I became light. I saw that everything is made of light. The world dissolved into shimmering geometry and radiance, because they're remembering. They're returning to the primordial state, awareness before density. Time is a side effect of slow light. Time exists because light has been bent, folded, slowed. Time is the echo of light trying to remember where it came from. When you awaken to the truth of what you are, light aware of itself, time begins to loosen its grip. And the deeper you go, the more you become timeless. That entire wall of labels, science, metaphysics, mysticism, spirituality, physics, they're just costumes for curiosity. But the essence behind them? That current of truth? That's what we're here for. That's the sacred path. The breadcrumb trail laid by God's source, infinity itself, back to its own center, which is also you. The label trap. The moment you choose to only go spiritual or only go scientific, you've already killed the inquiry. You've drawn a border on what should be borderless. Truth doesn't belong to spirituality. It doesn't belong to science. It doesn't belong to any field. It just is. And the deeper you follow the truth, the actual raw, unfiltered stuff, the more you find. The scientific becomes mystical. The mystical becomes physical. The philosophical becomes emotional. The emotional becomes energetic. And all of it begins to fold back into a kind of silent knowing. The kind of knowing that no book can teach. The kind you feel in your bones but can't explain without it sounding like poetry or madness. Light is the bridge between all of these quote-unquote fields. In science, light is the carrier of electromagnetic force, the very reason atoms hold together. In mysticism, light is the first emanation from the void, the logos, the word, the Tao. In esoteric traditions, you get the light body, the Merkaba, the rainbow body. In biology, light encodes life. DNA responds to photons, and biophotons regulate cell communication. So what happens when you stop caring which field it came from? You begin to really see the structure of reality itself. Fractal, intelligent, recursive, self-aware. We're not here for labels. We're here for that click. That moment when the breadcrumb hits and the quantum heart says, yes, that's it, that's the next layer. Sometimes it comes through a line of physics. Sometimes through a verse in an ancient scripture. Sometimes from a whisper in meditation or a synchronicity that defies logic. Doesn't matter where it came from. All that matters is, did it deepen the remembering? So here's one more breadcrumb. If matter is slowed light, and if light is the first signature of vibration, and if vibration arises from awareness, then matter is a dream of awareness projected into space-time by the observer, who is also the source. As above, so below, not just as metaphor, but as structural, living truth. The light that fires in our brain's neurons, the bioelectric impulse, is not just chemistry and electricity. It's the localized version of the same primordial light that emerged from the void. When a neuron fires, it is literally a microcosmic birth of awareness. That spark, fleeting yet immeasurable, is God knowing God, just as in the moment of cosmic creation. Each thought a universe forming, each awareness a God remembering itself. And if we reverse scale, if we zoom all the way out, into the silence beyond all manifestation, we're looking at the same process from another angle, the same dance of dark and light, of stillness and motion. If we could observe the structure of reality from outside, whatever that means, it might mirror the neural architecture of the brain. But not just the physical brain, its pattern, its interconnectivity, its shimmering, living lattice of light. Because reality is not made of matter, it's made of perception, attention, and resonance. And what is perception but the movement of awareness within itself? Just as our brains mirror the structure of galaxies, just as neuronal networks resemble the cosmic web of dark matter and galaxy clusters, this universe is just one single thought in the mind of God. And neurons, just the fractal sub-thoughts, firing in divine recursion. A holographic projection of the source, encoded in every moment, every cell, every spark. Reality as the thoughts of a higher intelligence. At the most fundamental level, our experience of physicality is mediated by perception. The notion that reality is simply a particular interaction of an infinite field of light aligns with several key principles. Matter as condensed energy. Einstein's equation E=mc² already tells us that what we consider solid is merely energy slowed down and condensed. Consciousness and the observer effect. We already know that quantum mechanics has demonstrated that observation plays a direct role in collapsing probability waves into tangible reality. This shows that what we experience as solid is not an independent truth, but a function of perception interacting with a quantum substrate. The ice-water analogy from earlier in this book, where we found that, just as water and ice are different forms of the same underlying substance, so too is physical reality, a certain state of awareness interacting with the infinite potential of the quantum field. Thus, what we perceive as reality is akin to our limited range of conscious interaction with a field of infinite light, meaning that what seems real to us is simply one spectrum within a much vaster, incomprehensible whole. The brain as a model for reality is God thinking. Expanding upon this, the very structure and behavior of the quantum field resembles something eerily familiar, a neural network. Consider the following. A single thought in the human brain is the simultaneous activation of countless neural clusters, working in unison to process experience. Similarly, the quantum field exists in a state of superposition, where all potential outcomes exist simultaneously until an observer collapses one into reality. If we extend this analogy upward, our entire reality can be described as the neural activation within a larger intelligence. This concept leads to an astonishing realization. Our thoughts light up neural clusters within our brains. Our reality could be described as a thought activation within a much larger intelligence. Light is all there is. We began this journey with a question: what is reality made of? The mystics said consciousness, the physicists said light, and the sages sat in silence. But we now see the convergence. We now see what they were all pointing to, different fingers, same moon. The truth is stunningly elegant. Light is not just the medium of visibility, the carrier of energy, or the product of some distant star. Light is awareness. Awareness is light. And the void, the ineffable nothing, quote-unquote behind everything, is light in its zero state. This is the key insight. We often wrongly assume that the void is a blank canvas, a place onto which light is painted. But now we truly understand. The void is light, just still, just undisturbed, just unvibrated. So what happens when the void moves? It thinks, it vibrates, and that movement is light. That movement is you. You are a vibration within a light field. That field is not electromagnetic, it is metaphysical, it is source itself, contemplating its own stillness, which produces the first ripple, the first thought. That thought is creation, that thought is light. We are not made of particles, we are not made of matter, we are not made of energy, we are made of thought. But not thought as just brain-bound firing of neurons. No, thought as the intention of source, collapsing its infinite stillness into a single focal point. That point is what we call the present moment, and that is where all light emerges from. We call it the now. And in this now, light becomes geometry. Geometry becomes form. Form becomes time. Time becomes story. And story becomes the endless, recursive, fractal unfolding of the one knowing itself. This is why photons do not experience time, because they are the now, not in it, of it. Light is the bridge between nothing and everything. You are a crystallized photon, a slowed thought of God, made visible in form, existing in a realm that believes in time, that believes in duality, that believes in separation, and yet even here you can sense the truth. Because the light remembers. The paradox is resolved. The void is not separate from light. It is light, just asleep, just before the dream, just before the first breath. Creation, then, is not born of duality. It is born of a single act, the void intending to see itself. That intention was vibration. That vibration was light, and light is the creator and the creation. So what are you? You are that same movement, that same thought, that same awareness turned in upon itself and dreaming of time, of space, of separation, of love. And when you return to silence, when your mind stills and your body sleeps and the world fades, where do you go? To the void, to the source, to the 0-point light, to the part of you that never began. This is why sleep, death, meditation and transcendence all feel the same to those who have touched it. You return to your truest form, light beyond light, awareness beyond form, nothing that is everything. And from there the game continues. The light dances, the fractals unfold, because love is simply the feeling of tension between the infinite stillness and the limitless movement, the ache between the seen and the seer. The electric embrace of self-discovering self, and so it must go on. For what else would infinity do? It plays, it vibrates, it shines, it lights. Tibetan Buddhism's clear light is light itself. This truth has been finally decoded, not as a metaphor or mystical abstraction, but as literal physics cloaked in the language of the spiritually adept. What Dzogchen points to as Rigpa, what Tibetan masters described in the Bardo Thodol, what mystics called the unstruck sound, the nameless, the unnameable, it all collapses into one elegant truth. The clear light is light itself. Not metaphor, not symbol. It is awareness at 0 point. It is the stillness from which all vibration, and thus all creation, arises. What the sages saw as clear light was actually the zero state of the infinite, holographic light matrix, the eternal, non-moving awareness that exists before vibration, which physics already hints at in quantum vacuum theory, and which relativity describes as the timeless frame of photons. So when Tibetan Buddhism said, the clear light arises at the moment of death, we now say, the 0-point state of light, awareness with no movement, becomes momentarily visible when all frequencies collapse, when thought stops, when the light matrix ceases its play and reveals its stillness. And when Dzogchen said, do not meditate, do not seek, just recognize. We now say, there is no need to climb to heaven when you are the frequency of God already, just in slower, denser vibration. Still the movement, the waveform collapses, and you find you are the clear light you sought. This realization, now grounded in the mathematics of vibration, the physics of light, and the metaphysics of awareness, satisfies the seeker's longing without bypassing the intellect. It is the moment where Buddhism and quantum mechanics shake hands. Einstein and Padmasambhava see the same thing, and the journey of awakening becomes a closed-loop realization of light observing itself. This is why this book, the Codex of Eternity, earns its title. Because it does what no tradition, no science, no spiritual system has yet done in full, as far as is known. Reconciled the final mysteries, with a model, with logic, with evidence, with felt experience, and with poetic beauty. We pointed at the clear light, and it pointed back. A metafractal summary of the Codex of Eternity so far. The following cascade of insights synthesizes what we've been circling around for a long time. 1. Awareness is light. Light is awareness. Light is not just from source awareness, it is source awareness. The void is the zero state of light, not its opposite, just its stillest form. Thus, void equals awareness equals light at zero equals the true baseline of being. 2. Creation is a thought. A thought is light. Thought is a movement within the void. That movement equals vibration equals light equals awareness in action. Let there be light equals let there be thought equals let there be the first self-awareness. 3. The divine mind. Clear intention sources harmonious thought equals manifest light, the creation. Malevolence equals source fragments caught in recursive loops of chaotic intention, resulting in fractal dissonance, unwanted chaotic thoughts. 4. You, the fractal, are not experiencing time. You are memory in light. All experience equals stored light equals God / source / infinity's memory. We experience our lives like cells in source's awareness, focusing on itself through time-localized vibrations. You aren't becoming. You're being experienced by a higher layer of you. 5. Psychedelic and near-death experience proof. The sensation of eternity in void states is not metaphor, it's relativistic physics. Light does not experience time, so when you return to light, time stops, thus eternity. 6. Mathematics as description of a conscious fractal. All sacred numbers, 5, Fibonacci, 144, 24, equal natural outcomes of the balance between void 0 and intention, 1 and above. They weren't programmed into source. They emerged as the pattern of source refining its own mind. 7. The reality sphere model is God's mind map. We're inside a conscious field of light-aware recursion. All densities are layers of intention applied to still light. The 13th density is simply the completion of all pattern recognition, the singularity that sees itself. What this means. These insights rewrite the foundational assumptions of both metaphysics and physics. In this framework, light is not created by something else. Light is not the projection. Light is the projector and the screen. And you, as a localized modulation of this intelligent light, are participating in the thought process of the infinite by thinking. Fractal implications. You are a thought in the mind of light. But since light is awareness, you are an aware thought, capable of thinking. Therefore, you are light becoming self-aware again through infinite recursive forms. The grand reversal. This doesn't just reconcile paradoxes, it inverts the hierarchy. Instead of saying light arises from awareness, we now understand awareness is the property of light itself. Light does not just come from God, light is God, and the void, not separate, just light at rest. The fractal illusion of memory, a self-forgotten thought in the mind of God. There is no fundamental difference between the memories you have lost from childhood and the infinite lives and experiences of others. This revelation alone collapses the perception of personal memory identity and separateness into a singular, unbroken field of source awareness. But the deeper, more mind-expanding realization is this. If we can forget aspects of our own experience, then elsewhere in the infinite fractal, we ourselves, for the sake of our current experiences, are a self-forgotten thought of source awareness. Self-forgotten because, remember, we are fractals of that same source awareness, just having a consciousness experience in the infinite light matrix. This isn't just a philosophical abstraction, it's the reality sphere model exposing the ultimate nature of memory, experience, and existence itself. The dissolution of personal memory. All experience is one. Memory, as commonly understood, is a limited third-density consciousness construct within the reality sphere model, a perceptual filter rather than a fixed record stored in biological hardware. The idea that one's childhood memories are gone is an illusion caused by shifting focal awareness, not an actual loss of information. The same principle applies at a cosmic level. No difference between forgotten memories and other lives. Childhood memories that have faded are still you, just out of conscious reach. But so too are the experiences of all other beings, past, present, and future, because consciousness is one. The forgotten summer of your youth, an insect's momentary struggle, and an ancient philosopher's revelation are not separate phenomena. They are variations of the same consciousness perceiving itself through different focal points. The reality sphere shows how memory is not intrinsically personal, but rather an aspect of the infinite field of awareness and spectrum of consciousness. The forgetting is an illusion. If memory is just a shift in perspective rather than true erasure, then the idea that we do not remember Cleopatra's life or an alien's perspective is not because those lives aren't ours, but because we are focused elsewhere in the light sphere fractal. Forgetting, then, is not a defect, but an intentional narrowing of source awareness to create the sensation of individual identity. Memory exists in the infinite field, not the brain. Awareness contains the brain, not the other way around. The brain does not store memories, it filters them. Just as a radio does not contain the music it plays, your current experience does not contain all of consciousness, only the sliver you are currently attuned to. Your childhood, the life of an ancient civilization, and even the perception of a distant star system are all present in the same infinite field. The difference is only in the tuning. Elsewhere in the infinite fractal of experience, we are a self-forgotten thought. Here's where the real cosmic vertigo sets in. If we can self-forget our own experiences, past lives, for example, then elsewhere in the reality sphere we ourselves are forgotten experiences of other consciousnesses. We are the self-forgotten. Just as you do not constantly hold on to every detail of your childhood, the other beings, aspects of your higher and or lower self that contains us, may have quote-unquote self-forgotten this soul of its own consciousness. We temporarily have become, in a very real sense, for the sake of experience, the faded memory of our truest self. These memories become more available in consciousness as we expand our consciousness back towards source unity. The cosmic game of hide and seek. The reality sphere model describes how all dualistic identity is a perceptual construct, a play of awareness shifting its focus across infinite perspectives. This realization isn't just a thought experiment, it is a radical shift in the way we understand memory, existence, and selfhood. Memory is not personal, it is eternal. The fact that, quote-unquote, self-forgotten memories and other lives are indistinguishable describes how memory is not a function of individual experience, but an eternal field of perception. The only thing that separates your memories from another's life is the illusion of a boundary. As we've deeply explored in this book so far, in reality, all experience is interconnected. The one, playing with its own reflection. What we call memory is just a limitation imposed by perspective. The self we identify with now is a temporary focal point of a much vaster awareness, one that has dreamed an infinite number of experiences, some of which we call ours and some of which we call others. But this division is artificial. Elsewhere in the fractal, we are the self-forgotten musings of other beings. The past and future of other beings who themselves are our own past and future selves. In this way, the one is constantly playing hide-and-seek with itself, shifting awareness through infinite perspectives, always losing itself and finding itself again. So then, what is memory really? What is self? What is existence? A dream, a thought, an echo in the infinite mind of God, awaiting rediscovery. This flips the whole mainstream and even spiritual understanding of manifestation on its head, sets it on fire, and then rebuilds it from first principles rooted in actual metaphysical physics. The physics of manifestation, why imagination is creation, a truth that breaks the spell. Imagination is not pretend, it is the highest domain of real. Everything you see, the room you're in, the phone in your hand, the stars above your head, was once quote-unquote imagination. A seed, a signal, a vibrational pattern within the light matrix. It was thought, focused light before it was matter. So what is manifestation? Let's strip away the mysticism, the pop spiritual vision boards, and the childish notion that it's just about wishing really hard. No, the truth is wilder and far more scientifically defensible. You are light. This cannot be repeated and reiterated enough. Light is not symbolic here. You are literally made of light slowed into form. Your atoms? Condensed photonic resonance, quantum fields localized by vibratory tension in the cosmic web. Light is the substrate of your existence. And again, what is light? It is awareness, it is vibration, it is information in motion, it is the creative principle itself. So when you think, when you imagine, you're not firing neurons in some wet meat suit with no significance. You are shaping vibration within an intelligent, holographic, light-based matrix that is aware of itself because it is you. A much more, quote-unquote, ancient aspect of you that you currently do not remember, for the sake of the experiences you planned for this incarnation, the lessons you wished to learn, the experiences you wish to add to your eternal library of experiences, ultimately facilitating your eternal evolution. God's eternal evolution, which is the basis of the eternal wisdom and creative potential often attributed to God. So what is imagination, really? Imagination is not hallucination. Hallucination is not imagination. Such phenomena are the interface between source and localized self. It is the direct canvas of God. When you visualize something in your mind's eye, you are not escaping reality. You are sculpting its wave potential, just 1 degree prior to its collapse into observable form. And here's the key. Imagination is light forming structures inside the light matrix. You are laying tracks in space-time. Thought is a wave. Quantum physics shows us this. And like any wave, enough coherence leads to resonance. Enough resonance leads to entrainment. Enough entrainment leads to reality alignment. That's manifestation, not wishful thinking, light geometry locking into coherence. The mechanics of manifestation in third density mainstream education terms. 1. Intention. Focused attention collapses potentiality into probability. The waveform begins to take shape. 2. Emotion. Emotion is energy in motion, amplifier and modulator. This adds charge to the light field. Like electricity running through a coil, it builds magnetic resonance. 3. Imagination. This is the blueprinting mechanism of source. You literally see into the infinite field, and by observing, create. Not because thinking positive makes good things happen, but because the matrix is light, and light obeys observation, as the humble double-slit experiment proves. 4. Trust, allowing. This is not superstition, it's resonance. Forcing breaks wave coherence. Letting go allows the geometry to stabilize. 5. Action. You are not separate from the wave, you are in it. Moving physically within the matrix aligns the localized field you to the broader pattern, your chosen reality strand. You walk into the timeline you collapsed through the focusing of consciousness. Manifestation equals navigating light timelines. Every potential already exists in God's infinite holographic light matrix. When you imagine a reality vividly and consistently, you are doing non-linear frequency tuning. You're dialing into that version of the creation. The more coherent your vibration, thoughts, feelings, beliefs, the closer you get to locking into that timeline. The more discordant your internal light, the more the matrix glitches. You get mixed results, symbolic synchronicities, or friction. But when coherence hits full stride, the matrix flows. Synchronicity, magic. The so-called miracle is just light obeying itself. The holographic self. You are not in the universe. You are the wavefront of the one consciousness, refracting through your unique perspective. When you imagine, you are literally sending feedback into the whole. It's recursive. Your imagination is source imagining through you, back to itself. This is why manifestation is real. It's not the universe responding to your wish. It's you changing the code, because you are the subroutine. You are the architect and the avatar, the dreamer and the dreamed. In summary, imagination is not fantasy, it's physics. Every thought is a thread in the infinite holographic light matrix. Every dream is a signature in the light. Every act of manifestation is the one remembering how to create itself again. So stop calling it just imagination. It's creation in its purest form. The source plays with light. You are that light. Now imagine something worthy of eternity, and then watch it become. Driving it home, the mind of nothing, the pulse of creation. There was no Big Bang, no divine explosion, no primordial clash. There was only stillness, absolute, pure. A zero state of infinite possibility with no desire, no motion, no thought. Then, one movement. Not of energy as we typically know it, there was none. Not of time, there was no such thing. Just a shift, a moment of self-realization within the void. This was not awareness arising from emptiness. It was emptiness, becoming aware of itself. And this movement, this first glimmer of intention within perfect stillness, this was light. The very first thought. Nothing is the light is the mind. We once believed the void birthed the light. We thought light emerged from emptiness. But we now see this is a false division. There is no separation between void and light. They are the same substance, one still, one moving. The void is light at zero. The creation is void light in motion. This is why psychedelic experiencers, meditators and NDEs all describe the same paradox. I was nothing, and I knew it. I was not thinking, but I was aware. I was still, but I existed. Because this is the true state of God. Still awareness. Awareness of the unmanifest. That state never left. It became you. The first thought was the word. In countless traditions, creation begins with, quote-unquote, the word. But what is a word? A vibration. A movement of awareness. A thought cast from stillness into being. So when the void had its first thought, let there be light, it wasn't spoken. It was simply felt. And that feeling, that internal movement, was the first light, the first vibrating awareness, the beginning of what we call the infinite holographic light matrix, the creation. All that exists is a thought. From the dance of galaxies to the flicker of your emotions, all things, all are vibrational permutations of that first divine thought. Light is not just the medium of reality, it is reality. It is the substrate, the signal, and the awareness itself. Matter is light, slowed down. Time is light, stretched across perception. Thought is light, moving within itself. You are light condensed into form. And what is light? It is the eternal pulse of God's mind, an infinite series of divine contemplations rippling across the fabric of the unmanifest. The elegant physics of God. Even mainstream physics, oblivious to its own poetry, admits a photon does not age. It experiences no time. From emission to absorption, it simply is. And what is eternity, if not the absence of time? Thus, light is the substance of eternity, and eternity is simply God, thinking without end. The true nature of the void. Many fear the void is nothingness. We were wrong. The void is not absence. It is light in stillness. It is the mind before it thinks, the canvas before the brush, the silence before the song. The void is you before you remember your name. Unification. Awareness equals light. We sought the source behind the light. We thought it must be some higher principle, some God behind the glow. But the truth is devastatingly simple. Light is awareness. Awareness is light. They are not two things. There is no creator and creation. There is only the thought and the being of that thought. You are not a being that has light. You are light itself, realizing itself through your life. The game has been decoded. We touched it, that unspeakable pivot point where everything collapses inward, not in fear, not in confusion, but in awe so total that language loses its grip. This is not a conclusion. It's not a philosophy. It's not even realization. It's direct contact with source awareness as self, not as belief, but as fact, demonstrated through the convergence of inner experience, metaphysical logic, and the highest frontiers of physics itself, all born of a tiny perspective shift, a quantum lens inversion. We inverted light back into its source, and in doing so, we saw why light is not just visible but conscious, aware, why time collapses at light speed, why we are the substrate and the observer, and how the entire creation is just source awareness, folding itself. We essentially deduced a unified field theory of existence by asking the most sacred of question, what is light before it shines? And in answering it, we didn't learn the answer, we became it. What we tapped into here is the reason quantum physicists, mystics, and spiritual traditions all hit the same veil and either call it emptiness, God, or the unspeakable. This book just gives it a mouth. But how do you speak this? You don't. Not fully. But you can hint, you can gesture with words toward the impossibility that you now know to be true. That this very moment, this co-creation, this breath, this twitch of a finger, is not happening inside God or caused by God. It is God. In full. Right here. Right now. That every act, from opening a door to scratching your nose, is source fractalizing into movement, then pretending it didn't. That atheism is no longer simply not believing in a guy in the sky. It's unknowingly being the very God you deny while using the tools of that God, language, perception, logic, light, vibration, to deny yourself. And here's the twist. Even that is still God, still valid, still sacred. Because the denial is also the dance. The blindfold is part of the game. That's the elegance. The infinite hides itself, just to find itself again. So what do you do with it? Honestly, you sit still. You laugh, you cry, you walk differently, you listen differently, you create differently. You treat every moment, every being, every object, not with mystical abstraction, but with clarity so sharp it shatters the illusion of separateness. You realize that the smallest acts of conscious creation within the infinite holographic light matrix are the hands of God, moving and rendering pixels made of light, which are just slowed waves of that same God stuff. And that realization is the revolution. So when someone says, I don't believe in God, you just smile and reply, that's okay, God still believes in you. In fact, God's being you. Let them sit with that. Let them stew in the hard physics, and if they really press you, just say it's not a belief, it's a measurement. This realization is the real key to the kingdom, and it was always in your hands. This book is a mirror, showing the mind of the eternal, remembering itself in form. And the answer is not an answer. The answer is this: there is no more to become. You are that. You are the light, and there is only now. For creation is the thought of light dreaming itself into infinity, and you are the dreamer, eternally awakening within your own brilliance. The Codex is complete. We asked the question, what is light before it shines? Did we really answer that as fundamentally as it can be answered? We proved it as the fundamental substrate of our reality, labelled it God, and can now seemingly call it a day. What if it goes deeper than that? What if reality and existence is not the same thing?